Hello and welcome. Yeah, I was just a bit bored. No one was live. Well, no one was live that I could join. So, you know,
Yeah,
this bit,
I was
I was waiting for that. So, that's my YouTube video starting on. Uh, yeah, so welcome. Anyone wants to join? Link is in the side chat. It should be pinned. This controller's doing my head in. It keeps unconnecting. I've got a dodgy USB port. Mm. Yeah, if anyone wants to join, the link is in the side chat. Good to see you, Tug. N word. Don't make me ban you. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm just having a lazy day. I was a bit bored, so I thought I'd start streaming. You know how it goes. Oh, welcome, Gio. Good to see you, man. And yes, thank you as well for getting the time right. Quite right. Good afternoon. Get it. I have had somewhat like a busy, not a busy day, but just commenting on videos and that. I've just been watching Dan, uh, although we had a bit of an argument in the chat. He was live, I was in the chat, and I don't want to. Oh, should I? Yeah, I don't want to go into it too much with him not being here to defend himself, but he did say, "Was fucking control." He did say that God was unknowable, followed by, "But I know that God exists." Do you know what I mean? So he's literally claiming to know the unknowable. Welcome, Lord Earth. Good to see you. Yeah, which I didn't really understand. He tried to explain it, and this might just be me being stupid, but he tried to explain it. We were on about consciousness, and he said that. Oh, what's that? Just because some math is unknowable doesn't mean you don't know math. Yeah, I wanted to mention that. He was saying that just because he knows God exists doesn't mean that he knows God. But I was just going on the basic thing of saying that something is unknowable and then claiming to know it is there's a contradiction there. There's got to be. It could just be a like language thing. You know what I mean? Like you can know that God exists, but you can't know God. That might it might just be that. But yeah. So yeah, he was talking about consciousness, and he was saying that one of the basic things about consciousness is that you have to have a like physical presence in order to sense things. You get sensory input from the outside world, so that's a necessity of consciousness. So I asked the question: then how can God be conscious if he doesn't have a physical presence? Because obviously there will be no sensory input. Oh yeah, you can know there's a secret but not know the secret. Yeah, I think that's how he meant it. Yeah, all right, I can kind of let him get away with that. Yeah, GSM. Yeah, it is kind of special pleading. Yeah, yeah, he actually did that as well. Uh, yeah, he said he defined consciousness as like needing sensory input. But then when I pointed out that if God is a spiritual being and he doesn't have a physical body, then he could never have sensory input. And then he said, "Oh yeah, but I was just talking about creation and things in this world. It doesn't apply to God, which is like definitely special pleading." Oh, Richard, good to see you, man. And Richard's no doubt going to prove me wrong. He always does.
What? Peace and respect. I am not here to prove people wrong.
Yeah, you do tend to do it far too often for my liking, though. To be
Uh,
honest.
okay, what I'm trying to do is provoke thought in what we understand right now and what is the most likely answer.
Right.
That's
So,
not, I'm not just trying to prove people wrong. That's not it.
yeah, no, I didn't mean you specifically. I just meant a lot of people prove me wrong a lot of the time. So, yeah, I'm just expecting at this point. So, I don't know
Here's
how
the
long
good
you've
news.
been watching.
I've got good news for
I don't
you.
know how long you've been watching. Sorry?
I watched almost all of Daniel's stream. I saw all of your questions. I was commenting in side chat, and I even troubled
Oh,
myself to go and email you the answers to your questions. However, since you started a stream,
right. Yeah, that would be. I didn't see you in the side chat or anything.
yeah, that's because I'm apparently blocked.
Ah, right. Yeah, you messaging. Sure.
Yes, you were there and Halcyonic were there, and another guy whose
Yeah.
name I don't recognize, and he had only one entry. I was seriously there.
All right, cool. Oh, you'll know what I'm talking about then.
But I've
Yeah.
got good news for you.
Yeah.
And here it is. And now, this sounds shallow and obvious. Peace and respect the entire side chat, including Erica.
I
Um,
okay. Let's see.
I've got good news for you. Everything that you ever learned was from correction because we're
That is
born
true.
knowing nothing.
Yeah. Oh no. Maybe I can push back on that a little. What if you just the first thought you had about something just happened to be right, just by pure coincidence or fluke?
By happenstance,
Yeah.
by coincidence. Okay, that's
Yeah.
plausible, but that's not the norm.
Yeah. Yeah. I get what you're saying.
I was speaking in a great generality, and generalities are always specifically wrong. I understand that.
Mm.
So, you look forward to learning something.
Yeah. Always.
Okay, so what was the question? If you'd paraphrase it best you can, I could go look it up, but
Which one about
the
God?
one you just said about consciousness of God.
Right. This is specific to Dan. He defined consciousness as needing sensory input. You know, like
Hmm.
animals, like he was saying, like birds, like feel the cold, therefore they go to get warm. But he defined consciousness as needing some kind of sensory input. So my
Sure.
point was, if God doesn't have a physical body, he couldn't have any physical like sensory input. So that would exclude him from being conscious
Right.
by his definition. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so this is an average Christian assertion that they make from within their dogmatic view of the Bible. That
Mm,
is, Christians say stuff like that all the time,
mm,
right? Like God's the exception, which Geo is right. That's begging the question.
yeah. Oh no, he said special pleading, which it is as well. But I know what he said. Yeah,
What did I
like
just
he
say, John?
begging the question.
Yeah, okay, special pleading. Sorry, wrong term.
Yeah,
Brains will do that. I
yeah.
apologize.
Neither.
Okay. Now, I would like to see some biblical justification for the dogmatic assertion that God, having no physical brain, can have sensory input. Now, you're not going to find anything that indicates that within the text.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
Now, here's what you can find, though.
Yeah.
you can find on two separate occasions, and actually more if you dig into it, but two really obvious ones. Just like I learned how to tie my shoes probably from an older sibling or
Yeah.
from a parent. Okay, something like that.
Yeah.
And now I know how to tie my shoes. Um, I don't know why I brought that up. I'm moving on then.
Just on that, if you get Velcro, you know what
Yeah,
I mean. No need
you
to
don't
tie.
have to tie your shoes. Yeah, I get it. Very nice.
I can tie my own shoes, by the way. I just choose not
Oh, good. Okay, okay. So I learned that from someone else, which is always the case.
yeah.
Okay, except for the on the special occasion where you just happen to be right about something, but it's
Mm.
it's probably because you learned other things first and you put stuff together, and that's why you're right, and the other things were
Yeah.
already true. That's how that. So we're extrapolating there. We're not really guessing. Um,
Yeah.
okay, so there's two examples from within the Bible which you have read where the text reads that Aaron is to speak for Moses because Moses is slow of speech. You remember that part?
Yeah, which I found very amusing. God chose as a spokesperson someone who wasn't really very good at speaking.
No, no, that
He had
you've
to
been
get his brother to
Christianized.
do it. You know.
I apologize that you've been Christianized. That's not what it's talking about.
All right. Okay.
I can show that. Okay, so
Yeah.
so the text says to Moses, "You will be as God to Aaron." Does that make Moses God?
It makes Moses God to Aaron, but no one
Okay,
else.
now explain how that makes sense.
Yeah, but if it says that he's this makes you God to Aaron, then
Right.
I'm just
Does
going
does
within
that
the
make
narrative. I'm not saying that it actually does. I'm just saying within the narrative, then that would make God to Aaron
Okay, then
because
Moses is God. Is that what the
to
text is
Aaron
claiming? Is that Moses is God?
to one specific person. Yeah,
Oh, and why?
I think it might be because God is passing on knowledge to Moses or telling him what to do or
Right.
say or something. Then Moses is passing it on to Aaron.
Okay.
Therefore, like by proxy, Moses is God to Aaron
Perfect.
because
No, that's
God is not.
perfect.
So, yeah,
That's solid. That's solid. That makes sense. And that's obviously what they're talking about there. Okay,
yeah.
now let's move to the second example of that, where Jesus is talking to the Father.
Yeah, the Garden of Gethsemane and all that.
And who knows how many times. It says it more than once, but that's a good
Yeah,
example. Okay.
yeah.
Now, does that make the Father God?
What, just by speaking? No, just by
No, it
speaking to him.
doesn't.
No.
Okay, and they did it twice, so it's obvious what they're intending. So at least the authorship, divine or otherwise, was intending that you put these two things together. It's the same situation repeated,
Mm,
which it does that a lot,
mm,
as you know.
yeah.
Okay. So the Christian reads that and says, the Father is God. But
Sorry,
that's a
come on.
logical
Yeah,
leap.
sorry, I missed him. Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I missed Bond. He's gone. He'll be back later. So, just wanted to mention.
Okay. All right. So they're making a logical leap there, which is not surprising because they do that a lot.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. So now, is it possible that Moses, as a person, had a brain?
I would say yeah, necessarily. It's not just possible.
Yeah.
It's
And
yeah, it's a dead
able
cert.
to talk, able
Yeah.
to, interact with reality, has a brain. Okay. Now, does that mean that God has a brain just because Moses understands God?
See, this is where it gets tricky because I can't understand like someone having a mind without.
That's what
Am I
I'm trying to
doing?
clarify.
Yeah, am I doing an internal critique
Yeah, we
or
are.
yeah? Right, from their point of view, I would say
From whose
Yeah.
point of view?
Repeat that. Yeah.
Okay, let's say let's put this in real terms that we can all understand in this modern day.
Yeah.
If I'm a constitutional lawyer and I understand the Constitution and I can explain it to someone else, and that's my job as a constitutional lawyer, does that make me the Constitution?
No.
Okay. Does it make the Constitution having a brain?
No.
See? So the text actually describes God as a set of values,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
But because see the Christian mistakes the constitutional lawyer for the Constitution, which is I can understand why.
Yeah.
It's just like if you were
I mean,
explaining to me plastering a corner, right?
yeah.
And I think of you as plasterer, right?
Yeah.
And I'm understanding plastering through you. That does not make you plastering. But by
Yeah.
perception, it kind of does.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, but there are a lot of parts in the Bible which make God a person, or
No,
they
there's
describe
not.
God. No.
No, there is not. There's a lot of places where the Father or an angel or an archangel or a messenger, a regular angel, all
Yeah.
speak for God. And there's a little bit of anthropomorphization of God
Right.
where some person is speaking for God. You'll never find actually God speaking. That's not there.
Right. And I'm willing to be proven wrong on this, but I'm thinking of like Adam and Eve in the garden when it says they walked with God. How do you
Yeah, right.
walk
What's that
with?
word God right there translated from?
I don't know.
Well, let's find out.
Oh, do you want me to do it?
Well, I was going to do it. I'm almost
No,
done
you can
now.
do it. Yeah, that would be much easier. I don't have. Well, I do have access to all the things you use, but they're not readily available at the moment.
Let me see. It's about further along. It's somewhere about 2. Working on it. Sorry, it takes a minute.
No, you're fine. Yeah, if I can just take this opportunity to welcome everyone who's watching. 6 viewers at the moment. That's quite good. We'll be going like 20 minutes. That's good. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Link is in the side chat if anyone wants to join. And yeah, enjoy.
What's the exact phrasing there in the King James? Let's see. Garden and cool are some keywords there. There we
Yeah,
go.
cool.
Genesis 3:8. All right. And share screen, which is now called present.
Yeah,
If you would,
that
please.
confused me for a while.
You got that? Okay, good. All right, here we are. This is what you just referred to.
Yeah,
And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. Now you might notice it's Lord God, right?
yeah,
Okay, so let's look that up. So it's Yehovah Elohim
yeah,
is what it actually is. Okay, so it shouldn't be translated as just God, first of all. And we should try not to think of it that way because that's apparently not what's written there. That's how it's
yeah.
translated sometimes. Okay. And translations are exactly that. They're translations. All right. So what's the word Jehovah mean? Digging into the root of it. Hava, which means to breathe. Okay.
Yeah,
To exist in the sense of being existent or an existent thing is the root. And then we come down to, here's it, to exist. Okay.
yeah,
And then the derivative of that, self-existent. So it's the thing that is like self-evident or self-existent, or it doesn't change. It doesn't change over time. It's the same all the time,
Yeah.
it's always like that. All right,
Yeah.
which is where you get lines like, God is unchanging. Okay, and then the word Elohim, which is plural of Eloach, and the Eloach is deity or used as God, right?
Yeah.
From the
I
from the
was going to ask
4chan.
about. I was going to ask about Elohim as well because it, like I said, with it saying plural,
I
that
was
means
about to do that.
more than one.
You're just you're just
All right.
smart and jumping
Cool.
ahead. You have to be more patient.
Yeah.
So it's mighty, right? It's about strength, being mighty, especially the one that's almighty. That's El. That's a root word, right?
Yeah.
And then the derivative of that, an emphatic, like God, and that was Eloach, and now Elohim is uh, in the plural.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a plural form of what we just read, right? So
Yeah.
you could say gods. You could say that. Okay.
Yeah.
So what it just said was self-existent, unchanging group of powerful beings.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Now you may have noticed that nowhere in that did it say if they were good or bad.
Yeah. That's true.
Okay. So you have to look at what they're doing and decide whether or not it's good or bad, because Elohim can mean demons and it could mean angels. Could mean
Yeah.
either one. Okay. So what it actually read there was that powerful beings in the name of Yahweh walked with Adam and Eve in the garden.
Yeah.
Okay. So the whole idea of a singular God with a brain interacting with Adam and Eve just isn't there.
So I've got a question. When it says self-existent, is
Yes,
it possible for more than one being to be self-existent?
of course.
This might be my Catholic
For instance, an
upbringing,
ex-Marine
but
survivalist is self-existent. He goes out in the woods, he lives by himself, he's a hermit, he's self-existent.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, but I mean self-existent like has always existed, like eternal. Is it possible for the be to be more than one God or
Of
Elohim?
course.
Yeah. Is it possible for them to be more than one?
Well, biblically, in an internal critique, and using an example from real life first, if you refer to somebody as being ancient, what do you mean by that?
I know that.
Let's say you said
Self-existent.
your grandfather is ancient.
Oh yeah, that just means old. It doesn't mean
Older
eternal.
than what?
Not sure.
Older than you.
Oh yeah, yeah,
That's what you're referring to as yourself. You're
yeah,
saying, "Oh, this person's much older than me. They're ancient."
yeah, yeah,
A 5-year-old would think of a 30-year-old as ancient.
yeah,
Oh, okay. So the Elohim in the Bible refer to Satan as ancient. What does that mean?
yeah. Just older than you.
Older than they are.
Yeah.
So the
Right.
angels refer to Satan as being older than they are. Chew on that a
But
second.
yeah, I thought Satan was an angel.
No, no, no. Lucifer was an angel. Let's not adopt Christian dogma that doesn't make sense in
Right.
reality.
Okay.
You, in order that Lucifer is Satan, Lucifer had to be good to be in heaven, right?
Yeah.
Because there's no sin, there's no evil in heaven, right? That's a rule.
Yeah.
And then at the Garden of Eden, he fell and became evil. right?
Yeah.
And then to conduct the watchers for chapter 6, he had to come from heaven again, which means he became good again, and then fell again. Now, that's the only way the Christian doctrine of Lucifer being Satan makes sense. Okay, so apparently heaven's just stupid and falls for every trick when someone goes, "Oh, I'm good now." They go, "Okay, come on in." And then they, "Oh, I'm bad now." "Okay, get out." "Okay, I'm good now. Come back in." No, no, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense under the Christian view that God is all knowing. You can't
Right,
fool him. That's not going to work.
right. But they just ignore that to maintain dogma.
Yeah, yeah,
All right.
they do that a lot.
And besides, there's examples of angels who are fallen, especially in Lucifer, where he can't be forgiven. In other words, you can't re enter heaven. That doesn't work.
Yeah,
Okay, so Lucifer can't be Satan. It doesn't work chronologically. It
right.
doesn't work in biblical morality. It doesn't work in the rules of heaven. It doesn't work. And
So
besides,
how?
if the Elohim or angels refer to Satan as that old devil, what
Yeah.
they mean is older than us.
So just to put it on a timeline, there's God, then there's Satan,
No, that's
then
backwards.
then. Oh, but I thought you said Satan was older than the angels.
Yes, and older than God. Satan
Older than God.
according to the
All right.
Bible, Satan pre-exists us, pre-exists the idea of Yahweh, pre-exists angels, pre-exists all this. I know
Right.
that's anti-Christian, but it's biblically accurate.
Yeah, you're gonna have to explain. Well, that wouldn't that make Satan God? Because he
What's
would
that?
be the one that was eternal. If Satan existed before God, then God can't be eternal. Wouldn't that make him not God?
Okay, so there's eternal, and then there's always existing, and I think this is confused.
Right.
Something comes into existence, it will always have existed.
Yeah.
You can't unexist something, right?
Yeah. There's eternal into the future, and there's eternal. I know what you mean. It's used two different ways. Eternal
Right.
in the past and eternal in the future. Yeah.
Okay, so there's no reason to say because something is eternal into the future that it's also eternal into the past. There's no reason to say that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what you'll find biblically, if you look it up, which most people don't, is that until there's Adam, there is no Yahweh. There's only the plural Elohim before Adam. So what that suggests is that Yahweh exists with the first person. Simultaneity.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Satan is older than Adam. Satan is older than Yahweh.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, but it's weird. It's kind of messing up
Find a
my.
logical flaw in it. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all you got to
Yeah.
do.
No. Yeah, I get the flaw. It's just it's messing up my brain trying to think about it. You know,
Well, it just makes sense in
with the
reality. Okay, could there be beings in the universe older than humanity? Now let's talk about not in an internal critique what we know about science.
yeah, that's entirely and I would suggest maybe likely.
I'd say likely considering the size of the universe. I mean, just in what we
Yeah.
can see is friggin'
Yeah.
expansive to say the least.
Yeah. If you say that the universe is like, what is it, 14 point something billion years old, the Earth is like 4.5 billion years old.
Something
So
like that.
there's a hell of a lot of stars and planets in the meantime, which life could have evolved on. Welcome in that.
Speaking of 5 billion years old, hello, I am 90 years old.
Oh yeah.
You look
Oh,
great.
you're looking good
Thank
on it. Yeah. Well done.
So, good morning, gentlemen, and Wildheart. Sorry,
Thank
I couldn't resist. Uh, so I see you talking about that tired old topic that everybody loves to talk about, but everybody's tired about. It's a fucking paradox. Everyone's tired of talking about it, but everyone still talks about it because it's
What's
something to do.
paradoxical?
What was
It's
What's
that?
fun though.
paradoxical about it?
Repeat that again.
What is paradoxical about it?
Well, a lot of a lot of people don't like talking about it, but they still talk about it because it's still fascinating. Even though people were like, again with this topic, we were talking about this shit since since the '90s. Since 200,000 years ago. We're never gonna find out whether it's true or not. Move on, bitch.
Everything.
I don't know. I'm just cynical at times about this. Don't mind me.
No, I get what you're saying. It is, yeah, it is annoying. Yeah,
If by cynical you mean doubting, doubt is good.
yeah.
If by cynical you mean your brain has made up its mind and cannot be changed, well, then you hold a religious position.
I wouldn't call it a religious position. I mean,
Oh, I will.
ideological. And no, that's not what that's not what I meant when I say cynical. The
Okay.
second part, at least. So no, I don't mean that.
That's why I gave you options what you meant by cynical. No,
That's
doubt
it.
is good. Having doubts and learning new things, that's always good.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe something will change in the future. But as honestly as I can be right now, I don't think I don't think I will ever believe in a god per se. Like like Christians believe in one, or the pagans or the Hindus and all that. Like,
I,
there may be something out there. Like the universe is definitely wondrous, and there is an energy to it that one cannot explain.
well, I was just challenging Wildheart, saying, look, there's a difference between what Christians say about the Bible and the Bible itself. What the Bible says about the God is that it's a set of spirits, and then it describes them, and they're all ideals. They're things like love and understanding, respect and empathy, wisdom, knowledge, counsel, understanding, fear, power, conservation. These things. And then they make that into a physical person who is outside of existence and has nothing physical about them, but does have a brain. This is insane. First of all,
Yeah.
it's not claimed by the text. Second of all, it can't be.
Well, the way I square that circle, and I know that sounds stupid to say that, is that God exists in His own existence, and we exist in ours. Like
Yeah, but then
like a
God's
sort of
outside of existence, and if something is outside of existence, it literally does not exist.
Yeah.
yeah
Back,
Try
back,
explaining that to Jill, considering he always fails Serbs
But
whatever
yeah,
chart.
exactly. Serb's little
yeah.
chart there. Yeah.
Same
Jill
argument.
can't grasp the concept of a no true Scotsman. Okay, I have no hope for him in these difficult topics.
I have no hope for him as a human being. How the fuck does he survive? I want to know. I want to know how this man survives day by day. I think he forgets to breathe at times. If so, how the fuck? God damn.
Most of the survival stuff is pretty simple, actually.
Well, true, but at the same time, part of me thinks he's so dumb. His body forgets to actually do that. His body is, his body doesn't have any automatic features.
And
You know what I
on
mean?
the other hand, a friend of mine had a son, and his son got to be about 3.5 years old. And I took 2 light switches, which were made by the same company, because I was installing light switches in their house. And I showed him these 2 light switches, and I asked him some really, really basic questions. And he was actually able to discern from just simple questions the law of identity, which Jill can't grasp.
Yeah.
And he was 3 years old.
3.5, yeah.
3.5. Wow, Jill, that's embarrassing. A 3.5-year-old was able to deduce the law of identity, and apparently you can't.
Yeah, it's true though. Yeah, it's embarrassing. Like you said, with the Notary Scotsman and the law of identity, he literally cannot grasp these concepts.
Yeah, he actually did a show on it to show that he understands it and botched the whole thing.
If I could just respond to Nerdy Rodent, he says, "Is reverse cowgirl a theological position?" I don't
What
know,
the fuck kind of question is that?
but
I have an
missionary
answer for that.
definitely is. Yeah, missionary definitely is a theological
I
position.
mean, I've always wondered
It's a
why it's called
theological
that position is
position.
called missionary.
It's a theological position if their partner is God to them.
Yeah.
How's that?
Well, okay. So Richard, maybe you can ask this: why isn't the women always scream, "Oh God" during sex? It's like, "Oh God."
Um, because it's dirty and flagrant. To denounce this idea, a higher being, during times like that, and that's like emotionally exciting, sexually exciting.
I mean, I never thought it was denouncing. I never thought it was it would be like, "Oh yes, God, fuck me," like they're fucking God rather than a person.
That's an
Oh
interesting.
God, yes. Oh,
You want to hear a funny one? There's a catch-22 in the Bible. It reads, "All who call out to me will be saved."
Yeah, that's basically everyone.
okay. So women are always saved, regardless of their
Yes,
religious
women who
beliefs.
call out for God during sex are technically already, they will be saved.
There you go. You hear that, ladies? Keep screaming, "Oh God!" Even if the sex sucks.
Oh, here's another interesting one on that same line. The most popular expression in the Western world for surprise is,
Oh God.
"Oh my God."
Yeah. Oh my
There it
God.
is, calling out to God. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm saved! Yay! Woohoo!
And
Yahoo!
I don't know whether this is a myth or not, but apparently, like when women have sex, they always scream out in their own language, which is how they tried to catch out spies. During the World Wars, they
Yeah.
would say having sex with them, and then if they were a spy, they would revert to their own language. But that might just be myth.
But no, that's the worst way of finding out if a woman is a spy. Just because she screams "Oh God" in her own language doesn't mean shit. What the fuck kind of bullshit is that?
No, but if you had like a Russian spy in America and you had sex with her, and she started
Yeah, but
screaming
that
at
doesn't
you,
mean anything. She could
that
just
would
be a
be
Russian living in the U.S. and not being a spy. The fuck is that shit?
May I share?
Go
yeah.
ahead.
So,
Okay. Midnight, you used the word Yahoo. I want to show you something. That actually comes from a Hebrew word. The word Judah, check this out, which in the Greek, Auda.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm on mobile. I have to like zoom in. It's tiny as hell.
I'm going to read it to you anyway. You don't have to
All right,
read
fair
it.
enough.
It's okay. Okay, it's of Hebrew origin. I'm going to click on the Hebrew origin. Yahuda, right? From the root yada, okay, which means to hold out the hands, to throw a stone in or an arrow. So it's the idea of extended hands. Like we raise our hands in the air when we yell Yahoo.
Yep. Yahoo!
This
I
is
like to point out
why.
that Yahoo. I would like to point out that Yahoo is also like a chocolate drink. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's the same word. It just, I think it's spelled slightly different. Yeah. It means to be celebrated. That's where we get the word Yahoo from. It's from Yahudah. The word Judah.
I didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
So Judah should be celebrated.
Yes, Judah means to be celebrated. In fact, it refers to a specific time in the text.
So if Judah means to be celebrated, what does Judas mean?
Same thing. It means the one who's celebrated.
And yet he's meant out to be the ultimate villain in all of history.
Let's take the opposing view. What would happen as far as the crucifix and the salvation imposed, right? Without Judas, what would have happened?
It never would have happened in the first place.
Don't you think that should be a problem for the Christian? Don't you think they should
It is.
appreciate
It is. I agree with you.
Judas?
They should, but they don't. And that's what bothers me. It's like, without Judas, you never would have had the religion in the first place, buddy. It's just
That
I
is
don't
not
know.
all.
I know. They say the Gospel of Judas isn't canon, whatever. But I consider it canon because that says Jesus told Judas to betray him, and
Right.
Judas was like, "I don't want to do that, oh Lord, do it." Okay, and then he killed himself afterwards. I always found that weird. Okay, so this guy, hold on. I know it's your stream, but hold on. So this guy is supposed to be all greedy and stuff, and he betrays Jesus for 30 pieces of gold, but then he kills himself afterwards. Okay, if he's that greedy, he wouldn't give a shit about what he did. Or you could say, oh, well, he felt so bad afterwards that, that he stopped being greedy. Sure,
Check this out.
no.
He even gave
Check
the
this
money
out.
back as well.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just saying he couldn't have been that greedy because he actually gave the money back before he killed himself. So
Okay, the word Iscariot.
Much good. Sorry, it should come.
The word Iscariot is it's a compound word in the Hebrew. It means fully mature man of the city. So he's the celebrated fully mature man of the city, Judas Iscariot.
I would love for Todd or some other Christian to be in here so that so they can actually push back at what you're saying, because I don't disagree.
I mean, those are complimentary terms. All the name of Hog in the side chat. I spoke over. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying. So Todd was in the side chat. He said he might pop in later. Yeah, that's right. Go.
Right on. Yeah, those are all complimentary terms. To say someone's fully mature, that's a compliment. To say that they are to be celebrated, that's also a compliment. To say they're in the city just means they're in the earth.
Wild Heart, you need to like end the stream. We were just flashed a giant dick appeared on the screen.
Do you like it?
Actually,
I love it, honey. Call me afterwards.
That's perfect timing because I have to go and take a short bathroom break. So I'll be right back.
So how you doing, Mr. Christian? I know you're a Christian at heart. You're denying the truth of your unrighteousness, PJ. Come on, admit it. Admit it. You heathen.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with Christ.
I'm in a weird mood today. I apologize.
I get called that a lot.
Yeah, but you're a sexy heathen. Remember that.
Hey, man.
Like I said, I'm in a weird mood today.
Good weird or bad weird?
And that's different. How?
Well, I normally don't talk as much as I do now. There are times where I just sit here and spend like 3 hours not saying anything. People are like, "Hey, what?" People are like, "Okay, cool. He's just in here minding his own business." Oh shit! Who is?
Isn't it true that usually when you're silent, it's because you're playing some video game or attending to something else?
That's true too.
Okay.
Tog, my buddy, my friend, my pal, the person who's here.
Hey, Richard, you see it?
Hey, my dudes. What's up, crew?
It is Saturday, the time of Saturn, and the time of the purge.
That time already? Oh. Better get all that.
You don't need to tell us. Honestly, you don't need to tell us when you're sitting in the toilet.
Honestly, I kind of want the purge to happen, but I'd be dead the first night. or just the first hour. No, the first minute. I
Just stay away from the borders in St. Louis. You should be all right.
Why would you be dead?
Well, because I probably couldn't really kill another person. I don't. Maybe out of survival I could. It is purge night, so my so my insane brain might kick in. I don't know. It would be interesting to have a purge, or at least a simulation of purge.
Pretty strong in most of us.
Mm-hmm. What was that?
Survival instinct is pretty strong in most of us.
Well, that is true.
Yeah.
Welcome. You know what the weird thing with the purge movies? Like, how do they make their little factions and not purge each other? Like, you need to be purged because you're out on purge night. But you need to I've never watched the movie. I've never watched it. So I don't know the concept. Yeah.
They had a whole year to prepare for the purge. Right?
So like I said, I never saw the movie, so I don't know. I don't know the concept. I never saw any of them.
Well, neither have I, but I know enough about it to be like, okay, so one day a year, one day a year they can do whatever the fuck they want. The rest of the year are happy, go lucky. Hi neighbor, how you doing? It's like it doesn't really seem.
Hold up. Yeah, if it's one day a year to do whatever you want, what stops that from doing that already every day? That's a weird concept to begin with. Like, you actually only need one day. You can't already do whatever you want every day of every week.
It's not technically all one day. It's 12 hours. Like 12 hours. I think it's like from 12 midnight.
There's no repercussions, nothing against it. You could do whatever you want, and people are like, killing each other, and the law doesn't do anything about it. It's like the purge allows anything and everything for people to do. It's like a
I'm just saying, how's that different from every day for certain individuals?
No, I know. I think look. As PJ just said, the purge has no legal repercussions. You can do what you want. I think in order to actually make that make sense, the rest of the year the laws do apply.
They only give you 12 hours, so it's gonna be hard to do the Rambo thing. You go into the water with it, and you come up on them. Or you could just do the camping. Like, if you ever play like Halo or the shooter games, you got about strategy, right? The campers are the ones that get them all. Just pick a nice spot and just get a good shotgun sniper.
Camping is frowned upon, bitch. Don't do camping. What are you fighting?
It's survival, man.
I know. But camping is always.
Why wouldn't people choose to like square dance on the purge? Like, you can do whatever you want. You just like do a square dance. Like, look at us get down. Woo!
but square dance isn't a crime. I don't think.
It is a crime. That's what I'm saying.
Because if you're square dancing, any minute, anybody come through that door and start blasting on you. So it's like that whole survival mode. You have to be in the mode where you're running or fighting or something. I think it's the way it's set up, right? There's like no place to hide sometimes in that kind of scenario.
See, that's more thing for the square dancing because you're already moving in like 4 different directions.
Honestly, if you're a family and you lock yourself in for 12 hours, you still have to worry about members in your family going nuts.
I got it. Everybody has to square dance to the same song continuously, and every 12th step, a bullet is released from the left shoe going at a 45-degree angle upwards, and you have to keep dancing until you fall, and the last person standing makes it out.
So I'm
choreographing that.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm fine with all that. I'm fine with all that so long as they're wearing assless chaps. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, man. Anything you want. It's purge. You could wear whatever you want.
Yeah. Might as well.
You wear them backwards.
But I love how popular the purge movies were, even though the concept didn't really make any sense if you really think about it. Like the way they presented it doesn't make sense. But if you really think about it, the rest of the year, if you commit a crime, repercussions are still there, right? It's still illegal. You could you still go to jail. But one night a year, they're like, nope, 12 hours. You can do what the fuck you want. We don't give a shit.
I think the concept actually comes from it's an older movie concept scenario. It's not alone to the purge where it happens.
Actually, it actually comes from a real life tradition called Saturnalia.
Saturnalia.
Yeah,
Saturnalia. Yeah, partying out in orgies and stuff. Oh, they're like killing everybody.
Well, it's orgies. It's apparently a lot of botchery that happened back then.
I guess that's where they got it. I just go for the cake.
But I've never understood.
Sorry, I think the idea lines up with the fact that you get it out of your system so you get it out of your system, it's out of your system, and then the rest of the year you're a good little boy or girl because it's out of your system. That's essentially, I think, and that makes for society better because you get to do this one day a year bullshit. Which,
yep.
Punching the pillow.
If debauchery is being anti-moral, does that make botchery being moral?
Apparently.
Yeah, it must be. But I've never understood, like, if there were no laws, why people would want to go out and kill each other. Like, if there was no law against killing, I still wouldn't want to go out and kill anyone. Do you know what I mean?
Are you sure, Wildheart? Are you
killed
sure?
as many people as I wanted.
That's what I'm
Wildheart, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure there isn't somebody you want to kill?
No, honestly, even that guy.
Not aside from you right now. Come on.
Well, what if you're like you're making a bomb? It takes like a whole year to build, and like someone they catch you making a bomb. Like, you don't understand. It's for the purge. Like, would they allow it? Like, it's for the purge.
That's a
like,
good point.
This isn't for like now. I'm not doing this now. This is for the purge. Like, you can't confiscate my tradition. This is a holy relic holiday weapon.
Or somebody's working on a genetic. Somebody's working on a like a genetic virus. And wants to release it on the purge.
IADT, yeah, camp your system.
Right.
Nice.
Yeah, I could imagine
what happened.
Sorry,
go ahead.
No, that's why I couldn't imagine going down and killing somebody on, just for fun or on purpose. That's why I would go camping, which is like in the game, you just sit in a corner, and anybody comes at you, if you have a sniper, shotgun, pistol, you just take them out as soon as you can before they get you, and you're in a spot where they wouldn't assume you'd be. So you just protect yourself only. Yeah.
I mean, PJ, during the purge, you're gonna have to kill people for self-defense because they're coming for you.
Exactly. That's why I would go camping. You have a nice corner. You have a good view angle, nice up on the hill somewhere. You got a nice area. You know where everybody's at. And protect yourself.
It'd be before the cat betrays you and stabs you.
You gotta land.
At 11. Hold on. It'd be the purge. I think it's the purge. The purge is supposed to be like from 12 midnight to 12 in the afternoon. Imagine it is 11:58 a.m. Right, you got 2 minutes before the purge ends, and suddenly Cat just stabs you in the back. It's Cat.
I'll be like, "Oh, you win, bitch."
Can you imagine, like, you sleep during the purge, like you wake up 2 minutes and there's like nothing. You're like, that's 2 minutes. So you just go downstairs and start breaking your own dishes because you're like, there's nothing for you to do.
This makes me mad.
You just break your own shit. Like, damn it, I missed the purge. I slept through it. Fuck.
Yeah, right.
Vic, we got to talk about the difference between cover and concealment.
Cover and concealment?
Yeah, concealment is what you described for that person, sniping during the purge.
Oh, okay.
But he doesn't just need concealment; he needs cover. That means he needs physically protected because somebody could come up behind you.
Very true. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, picking a good corner, but then your back's exposed, so it's kind of like where you're going to pick that. It's got to be that spot where people can't get behind it. A high rock.
You do it under the ground. You dig a hole, and then you have is your nozzle sticking out, and then poof. They don't fucking know it. It's like a dart. Here you go.
Oh, they just wait it out then, like that way. I mean, just wait it out if you dig a hole.
Yeah, that's why they had
dig a hole.
You build a containment out of solid concrete, reinforced concrete.
Yeah.
And then you have a port to stick your gun out. And if you're not shooting at somebody, you keep your face away from the port.
Right. Like a little underground bunker with a dome coming up, some portholes on the sides.
Yeah,
maybe even some good thick metal grated so you get a good vision, but small enough where bullets really can't get through it.
I'm sorry, but automatic weapons for me during the purge is a no-go. You need explosives. I need my grenade rounds. I need my rocket launchers. Right? I'm doing some damage. I'm not gonna take out single people with my. I'm not gonna.
Well,
maybe Matilda would be good.
You're gonna have to put like big, huge mines along the roads, and then a perimeter around you of maybe even like 3 stage or even 4 to surprise them of landmines. And then when they're coming in to get, Enrique to pick him up because his leg blew off, you could take them out where they're picking him up,
Can just say, you lot have played way too many video games. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute, I was so... What's a video game? What's that? No.
So, Wild Heart? What do you say to that?
Need some sticky grenades, some plasma grenades.
But if we could get back to the theological discussion, I think midnight you called for Todd to come in here so he could refute or repudiate or something. Richard's.
Well, I said either Tog or another Christian. So we got Tog. So sorry, this is what we get. We get Tog.
we asked for a Christian. We got Tog. What the fuck is going on?
Well, therefore, in that case, I'll just specify everything that I say will be automatically made true. Therefore, I win. End of discussion. There we go. Everything's settled.
Okay, Jill. Stop being Jill.
It's
if you're going to presuppose God, you might as well presuppose your own righteousness. Why not?
Yeah, you have to. Why else would he choose me if not, right? If I'm going to, hey, fucker, go speak.
Yeah, but Richard,
I didn't choose the God life. The God life chose me. That's basically what Todd just said.
Well, we don't choose our names either.
Richard, if you could get back to some of the salient points that we were talking about and see if Todd has
I'd love to.
Has a rebuttal, if that's okay.
Sure.
And not just Todd, everyone can chime in.
So let me make an assertion based on the conversation that we'd already had.
Yeah.
There's no biblical reason to make the Father God. But the Father is an accurate representation of God just as much as the angel of God, who no one thinks is the Father, yet can accurately represent God the same way the Father does.
And I would be interested in hearing Todd's view on Satan being older than Yahweh, because I've never heard that before. That kind of blew my mind.
Plenty more where that came from.
Yeah. So
see, I actually read it. That's the difference. I read it without someone telling me what to think, without society telling me what to think.
Yeah.
And what it claims of itself is not what Christians claim. It's just not.
Now who's the one being self-righteous?
Oh, I'm not self-righteous. I'm fully persuaded. After all, I'm the guy that says I can't know anything. You can't call me self-righteous when I believe that I don't know anything.
Oh, so you're just contradictory.
No, it's not contradictory either. But if we're going to have conversations and not assign some kind of value to like some kind of nihilistic solipsism, if we're not going to do that, if we're going to even bother to talk, we all have to have a stance, and I have one.
Well, how do you know you're supposed to have a stance on something?
Because
if it's even worthy to have a stance.
What's
the worth value of thinking that this God of the universe is an actuality? Like, what are the evidence for this God?
Well, wisdom, knowledge, counsel, understanding, fear, power, and conservation are real, immaterial constructs for interactions between conscious beings. So it's not a question of whether or not it is. It is.
Well, how do you know that if you don't know anything? How do you verify this?
Let me show you that. Let me show you, Tog. You're using a language. That's how you're communicating with me. That language is an immaterial construct. People made it up in their brains. There is no physical letter A. There is no anus. Okay? So you right now are using immaterial constructs to try to argue with me, which makes my point.
I don't think that makes your point at all.
Yes, immaterial constructs exist. You're using them.
Yeah, just because immaterial constructs exist doesn't mean that there's a God. That's a big leap.
Okay. What's the
Because that's
list?
ultimately
What's
what
the
I asked
biblical
first.
list of the spirits of God?
How does that demonstrate a God of the universe?
I'll show you. Oh, wait. You just changed it. That's. I don't know if you're being dishonest or trying to trick me. You said God of the universe. I said no such thing.
I said God of the universe. That was my first claim when I first spoke.
Okay, but I'm not going to refute something I never did say was valid. I don't think that our God is the God of the universe. That's a Christian dogmatic view of it. I don't think that's biblical.
So you think there's a Christian God, though?
Well, there's definitely a description from Christians of God, if that's what you mean. Yeah, there's a Christian God.
In actuality, and how is this Christian God demonstrated again? And what makes this God? What makes this Christian God not God of the universe?
Okay, well, that's two very different things, but one at a time. What makes it existent? The fact that human beings have a sense of wisdom, knowledge, counsel, understanding, fear, power, and conservation. That's what makes it exist. Those things are real things.
What makes those things lead to God?
Well, I'm sorry. What makes them lead? That they're the most fundamental things necessary to flourishing of the human existence. That's why they're God.
Now, how are you saying that you got this interpretation when it comes from society, an ancient society, and you're going along with what they're saying?
It's true of humans. It's universally true of humans. It can't be not true of humans. It exists because we exist.
I'm sorry. You're contradicting yourself. You said you had your own interpretations and not anyone else's. And the fact that you
said. I never said that at any point.
I can't see how what you're saying is anything of your own.
What I did say is that I was given this interpretation and I will use it until it fails. So I never claimed what you just claimed I claimed. You are wrong.
I mean, you did say it was an individual interpretation, did you not earlier?
I said it's peculiar. I said it's weird. I said it's fringe. I said it's a lot of things like that, but I never said it was mine.
Yeah.
So what makes this view valuable than other people's perception views of
It works
society?
in reality where yours doesn't?
How do you know what my claim is? I haven't gave it during this argument. My claim right now, my claim right now is that there is no existing God, and you're just reading things into a book.
There's no what?
There is no existing God. That's my argument.
Your definition of God.
There is no existing God. From what you're
define
claiming.
God so I can understand what your assertion is.
From the context, because again now you're jumping. The context I originally put was God of the universe. You said that's not the case because I'm speaking of the God of the Bible. So then it goes only because we're talking about the God of the Bible, that the God of the Bible I am posturing does not exist. It is a work of fiction.
No, the Christian conception and understanding of the God of the Bible doesn't exist. That's not the same thing as the God of the Bible doesn't exist.
Then your concept of the God does not exist.
No, my concept of the God provably exists, and everyone agrees with it. As long as they're being honest. I mean, they can lie and disagree.
No, your concept of God does not exist because, again, it's your concept. If it wasn't your concept, you wouldn't say it was my concept of God. It'd be God exists.
Do you understand what a bait and switch is, where you use a word a certain way, which I did, and then you switched how I was using it, which I didn't do, and then you said that that's inaccurate, which it wasn't. That's a bait and switch. You're using the word a different way.
Yeah, to be fair, Tog, if you get Richard to describe what he calls God, the seven spirits, you will agree with that. I've been through this before. I agree with it. By Richard's definition,
I don't agree with it at all.
I agree that his God exists.
Wait, are you disagreeing based on wisdom, Tog?
Yeah,
but I never claimed that wisdom was not a thing. To disagree, your objection confirms my assertion.
In what way?
that if you use wisdom, then wisdom is real, in which case wisdom exists, in which case you're self-defeating.
Yeah, just because wisdom exists doesn't demonstrate a God. That's where you're failing to make the connection. You're saying,
okay,
the stick exists, the stick is God.
No, that's fair. What makes it God? And I already explained this. You can skip over it if you like. You can even refute and say, you don't agree. What I said was what makes it God is that it's the most fundamental things to flourishing of the human condition. Now, if you can add or subtract from the list, I would hear you.
Why is it only compelled to the human condition? That seems rather ignorant of humans to think it's only about us.
Well, the religion is only about us. So the religion is talking about what we need. So yes, it's human centric. There's nothing wrong with that.
It just seems something that's very wrong with that, because again, it goes into what makes us special. And again, if we know that wisdom, if wisdom is the thing, we can use wisdom as a downfall if there is no actual wisdom and we just claim, hey, this is wisdom.
Okay, so you can say, I don't like tribalism. That's fine. You can say, I don't like Homo sapien centric thinking. That's fine. But we're all we got right now. So it seems
like I said, this is
like a good idea.
It seems very contradictory to me because, again, the way I see this contradiction is, how can these things come from a word of God when God himself is not man? So it couldn't be from a human mankind's perspective. And the fact that you're saying that it is from our perspective and our religion, again, goes to show that it isn't from the God that there may be. It's just from us.
Would you want a religion for Martians? Because you're being silly.
And I think there's a difference between what is actually real and what actually exists as to, religions and what they believe. Like a god could exist. A god either exists or it doesn't. That's just a fact.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious that Geo Sam wrote that it's unfalsifiable, which is funny because he used immaterial constructs to think of that concept. He used immaterial constructs like wisdom to make that assessment, and then he wrote it using immaterial constructs. It's 3 words. It's perhaps the shortest self-defeating sentence I've ever heard.
Yeah, but to be fair, I know what he's saying.
No.
Like you call that God. I think what he's arguing with is just because even if he believes that the immaterial concepts exist and he agrees with you,
sure,
he wouldn't call that God.
Oh, that's fine. Let's argue that. Whether or not it's God, let's argue that. That's fine.
Yeah.
But don't tell me it's unfalsifiable. It's completely falsifiable. You're using it.
Yeah.
You're using wisdom, knowledge, counsel, understanding, fear, power, and conservation all the time, every day. Don't tell me it doesn't exist in your reality when you use it all the time.
Yeah, so I think the difference is between whether you call that God or not. I think, like you said, if you get down to it, everyone will agree with you that those things do exist. Like, necessarily. Yeah.
Sure.
That necessarily exist.
Sure.
It's just whether you take the extra step of saying, no, that is what I call God, or that is God.
It's a subjective God. It's not an objective God.
Tell me what subjective mean.
I'd hate to steal it from Ace, but how Ace goes all in all, because he really does.
No, that's not what objective means. Not at all.
I'm sorry. Did you just say the word all there? I'm sorry.
It's not at all. Yes, I was doing a little play on words. It's not at all what objective means. Is that an
objective statement? Is that an objective statement that objective things have to all be objective?
You have been studying Ace. He plays these games too. You know they're fundamentally dishonest, right?
How do we know? What's so wrong about being dishonest?
Well, it's immoral. I object to your immorality.
How can you object to something that isn't there?
No, you are being immoral and slimy, and you know it.
Can you demonstrate that?
Yes, I can, using past conversations you've had.
Oh, so now you're relying on the past, so you're relying on something that isn't true anymore?
Yeah, but things that were you, which unless you're saying you
but don't
now
you know the
denounce
state
what
of
you...
affairs do change?
Yes, the state of affairs can change and people can grow, and you can have changed your position. That would be fine. I'd appreciate that, actually.
Can I just say
You're just being argumentative. You're not moving forward at all.
Yeah, can I say I'm slightly sorry about setting up this argument between which I forgot that you guys didn't get on.
No, I love Tog. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me twisted.
Yeah.
I'm not having a go at Richard. I'm just evading like an idiot. Like I am.
Nor am I
I'm saying I'm just being an idiot. Yeah, I'm just playing the game as well as I'm being sarcastic and facetious. You can't tell probably by the tone of my voice, but yeah.
I can. But you and I have spent some 30 hours together talking about stuff, so.
Yes, also, I don't think I got an answer on, like Richard says that. Oh, I'm doing it again.
Let me put it this way, Wildheart. Name something more fundamental to human flourishing than wisdom.
Right. The first thing that comes to mind is the laws of logic. They might be more.
And those are based on what?
That's a good question. They're just like our understanding of them is just based on. Like I'm not saying that. Ask again. Are you saying they're based on wisdom?
Yes, eventually everything that works is based on wisdom. Everything.
Yeah, because if you say wisdom is just thinking, then everything is based on thinking. Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. And then knowledge. What about knowledge? What's more fundamental aside from wisdom to human flourishing than knowledge? What's more fundamental? You got to know what plant to eat, what plant not to eat.
Yeah.
Okay. What about counsel? Is that necessary to human flourishing?
Oh, you're gonna have to explain counsel to be a bit more. What do you mean by
For
counsel?
instance, I learned to tie my shoes. That was counsel.
Or taking in another person's viewpoint and that, learning from other people.
Right.
I mean? Yeah. Yeah.
I'd say that's pretty fundamental, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
How about understanding? That is, how to apply what was given to you by others. How to apply the counsel. Wouldn't you say that's fairly fundamental? I mean, if you can beat this list, beat it. I can't see anyone who can beat this list.
No, I'm not disagreeing. Yeah, that will be necessary.
See, now that's because we're talking about tribalism and self-centric ideas and our own flourishing that makes these things God. They are the Most High, literally, because we'd be dead without them.
But wouldn't you say that?
Or a lot of good, strong instincts.
But all right, so what would you say came first, or what is more fundamental, the laws of logic or the 7 spirits that you're talking about? Wouldn't the laws of logic? Don't you need the laws of logic first before you can get to anything like knowledge or anything?
I take a different approach. I think the ability to actually observe is more unique. The fact that we can observe things is more powerful than any of that, because it's like a monkey see, monkey do. You got to have the receptors in order to receive. So if you don't have the receptors, you're never going to receive, so to speak. I guess that's the way I see it.
I would recommend, Tog, that you review Aaron Ra's challenge, because this evolution was a smear. It's not a singular point of consciousness or realization, but these things came about slowly over time. So I'd really recommend that for you concerning what you just said. And to answer you, Wild Heart, because I think you were asking me, would the laws of logic pre-exist human wisdom? That depends on how you mean the question. Do you mean that the laws of logic being based on the physical reality, which they are, that's what it's talking about, right? The thing is that thing, and it's no other thing, no matter how similar they might be, just because they're taking up different places in space-time. They are different. Okay. Would that pre-exist human wisdom?
Yes.
Well, it depends. Are you talking about us writing the laws of logic, which are observations about the reality, in which case it requires human mind? Or are you talking about did actuality pre-exist humans? If you mean did actuality pre-exist humans, yes, but we didn't have any material constructs, which is why I said that Yahweh doesn't appear until Adam. He can't.
Yeah, that is what I was saying. The laws of logic existed before humans, and
they weren't written down. They weren't.
It's our understanding of them what's only existed after humans, but like a rock was still a rock before humans existed.
Sure.
There were still planets. There were still stars. Yeah, they still existed before humans.
Truth pre-existed humankind. I agree.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about is very tribalistic, very human-centric.
Yeah.
But it's intended to be, and that's all that it does. It doesn't try to do something else.
Yeah. That's fair enough. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, our understanding of the laws of logic would only exist with wisdom and understanding and knowledge, like you're saying, it's just two different ways of looking at it, I suppose.
I like this ancient Mesoamerican idea. I think it's, I forget if it's Incan or Aztec. It might even be Mayan. I forget. They're all like fucking the same. But it goes along the line that, give me a minute. I got catching my breath. That motion is the key thing to everything. Like without motion, there would be nothing because everything requires motion. Like, again, when we talk about the laws of physics, it's something that's physical. So physical things have to be in motion in order for them to be a law. Without the physical things coming into being, there is no such law because there's nothing to be written about. There's nothing to react to. And I that's always something that's fun. I think also the Gnostics kind of think that way as well when you get into like Gnostic Christianity.
I got to go to work, which kind of saddens me that I made promises. Thanks for letting me on your show, Wildheart. Thanks for the kind of arguments, talk. And yes, I appreciated your sense of humor through the whole thing. And peace and respect to V and side chat. And thanks for everything.
Take care.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Is there a song called The Locomotive?
Yes, Kylie Minogue. Do the locomotion. Oh no, the locomotion. That's cool.
Oh, that's what I was thinking of. Like when I was thinking of the motion, like that song talks about dude. Like that's what the Aztecs meant. They meant. See, it goes back to square dancing. See how I tied it all back up? Square dancing, man. That's how God made the universe. He's like, I'm just one step here, one step there, and it's done. You did it.
Oh no, that was Paul Abdul. 2 steps.
You guys remember the square dance rap? You guys remember the square dance rap? We ever heard that one?
Only the one by Eminem.
Oh, Eminem. No, this is way back before that, man. That's old school. Look up, you ever get a chance, it was Sir Mix-a-Lot had a protege, and his guy was a guy, I forgot his name, but they did another record, and there's like really fast style raps. But on Sir Mix-a-Lot's Swass album that has Posse on Broadway, he has 2 songs on there by that guy and him. One's called Buttermilk Biscuits, and one's called Square Dance Rap. And they're both very country like style, like rap. And if you want to, it's like old school. This is like back before he did Baby Got Back, a couple years before that. So it's pretty old. Check it out. I can put a link on there if you want to check it out.
Sorry, I've got to take a short bathroom break, and I've just realised, PJ, the reason you're not a mod is because I had to set up a new StreamYard account.
Yeah. Oh, I think what it is because I'm not on my PJ account. This is my V account too. If I'm on the PJ account, the mod sometimes, yeah. I could do that next
so
time.
If anyone wants to join, you'll have to give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
Notice how he said short bathroom break.
Yeah, must be a quickie. Must be ready to go.
He's been pinching it off. He's like, I can't hold this.
Exactly what are you implying, Todd?
Tunnel head poking out.
All right, then. I'm going to take a massive bathroom break.
Too much blood pudding and sausages.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, goodness. I'll be right back.
All right.
I got to take out this garbage and it's windy outside.
Oh, sure. Took mine in yesterday. Snowing.
Okay,
That fast.
I have returned from my 9-inch long, perfectly formed. Yeah, I've returned from my 9-inch long, perfectly formed.
Power dump.
Oh, God, that's that one. Did you wash your hands? Yes. Let's go with yes.
He just used a natural organic ammonia-based product.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah. Ammonia is like a natural. Yeah. That reminds me of a Jimmy Carr joke. He says people say you should always wash your hands after going to the bathroom. I just watch my cock in the morning and I'm good for the day. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like I'll wash my hands before I go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I'll wash my hands before I go to the bathroom.
Get an echo back from Togs, I think. Hello. Oh, he's gonna have fun with it.
Go. See, Richard was right. Yeah. People do say God when. Oh,
What?
Toggy's driving again. No problem.
And I hate it when I wake up and I got sneezing fit, coughing up crap everywhere.
Yeah. What, like allergies or?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds a kid.
Well, like animal or pollen.
I don't know. Usually in the morning time, wake up just all congested and everything's got to get all out. Today was not a rough day, but more than usual. My lungs are like, keep telling yourself that this is cancer.
Have you got an old school? You should get a spittoon. You know, just in the corner.
Right,
yeah, you don't even have to get up.
One. Give me a midget to hold it. It's right there. Stare there. No move.
Yeah. Go all country and western.
Yep. Oh man, I don't know if I go country western. That's a lot of wood. It's a fire hazard.
Yeah, so I was on the stream the other day. I don't know how to tell the story without it coming across as racist. It was mainly black people, which I felt a little intimidated by. It turned out to be fine. I joined, and Sterling joined as well. It was good. It was actually one of the best streams I've ever done.
I have returned to brighten up your day with my not sarcastic, my sunny disposition and my brilliant personality. Tog, you suck because yes, Richard had to work, but he was getting tired of your shit. Okay, I know you're not here right now and you're driving. Otherwise, you join. But I have to call you out, Tog. What? You want some of this? Come on, PJ. Let's fight.
All right. We'll fight about.
Physical fight. I'll be like Jill. I'll be Jill. I'll be Jill. You be Red Fang.
All right. Come at me, bro. Come at
That's
me.
a good point. Can albinos get black eyes?
What?
Like if someone punched midnight in the face, would you get a black eye?
I mean, I get more than a black eye, right? You wouldn't believe how many bruises I've gotten over the years. I'm surprised I'm still alive. Because albinos bruise very easily. Like, really easily. Like, somebody could tap me on the shoulder just the right way, and I'd get a bruise on my shoulder. I tell you one thing. It should make BDSM awkward. If I was the one getting whipped.
Oh, with handprints. Pitch marks.
Just that anyone who fights you would have to wear shades. Do you know what I mean? Just to fight back the glare.
Hold on. Whenever you call me out, it just improves my greatness. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, buddy. Biggest cope I've ever heard today.
So you're hanging around with brothers and sisters? You hanging around with the blacks?
We say this. Midnight's ass is always No, it's not always black and blue. It's actually pretty fucking white. It's actually blinding. Like you're talking about mooning. This is sunning when I do it.
Blinded by the light. Revved up like a deuce.
I know Waldhart is gonna hate this topic, but fucking I'm gonna bring it up. Hey PJ, do you remember watching Hey Arnold when you were younger?
My kids watched it.
Well, I don't know how the fuck they got away with this, but there was an episode to where three of the kids actually mooned the principal, and I'm like, how did they allow this on Nickelodeon? Yeah. You don't see anything else,
okay.
But you see
that one.
It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a lot of shows at that time. I noticed because when I was a kid, it was the thing to do. You go streaking and mooning. That was like fun thing to do. And I think whoever wrote that stuff probably grew up in that time where it was fun to do that as a kid.
But in a kid show, it amazes me the amount of bullshit people got away in the 90s when it comes to kid shows.
Yeah.
And not just the 90s and 2000s.
Everything was like pretty weird at that time.
It's like, I don't know.
Girls and Dexter's Laboratory were just off the wall.
Yeah, right. Tell me about it. But I don't know. I don't know if you remember the original X-Men cartoon, like in the 90s, like. Okay, they're bringing it back, and the character designs are shit. None of the women have those sexy asses you remember from the 90s. You remember the 90s cartoon, right? You had Rogue with that sexy peach ass. Like you would watch WB, like kids WB in the morning or Fox, and you see that giant ass on screen, and you were like, "Is this for kids?"
I know, right? Yeah. In a weird way, when I was a kid watching that stuff, or it was for kids.
Nowadays cartoons nowadays are so sterile, so just disgusting. It's.
Sorry, Midnight. Let me get this straight. Are you complaining?
Yes, whatever you're about to say. Yes, I'm complaining.
You're complaining about the lack of nice cartoon asses. Is that?
Yes.
Is that okay, fair enough.
What's wrong with that, huh? What's wrong with nice cartoon asses? I grew up on that shit.
Right.
Although Cheetah, from Thundercats. I don't know if you saw that.
There's another good one.
That's
sexy cat lady.
Yeah.
Sexy cat lady. And okay, when I say cat lady, I don't mean cat lady by having 50 cats. I mean actual cat lady.
Yeah, she was nice.
Teen Titans. By the way, Peter, you remember watching the original Teen Titans, right?
The cartoon.
Yeah,
that's the one where it's kind of like, I remember that. Yeah,
it's kind of anime-ish. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like everything's rounded, like dark black lines around everything.
Yeah,
really comic booky. Yeah, it's really good show.
Yeah, that's a good show. Teen Titans Go. Nope.
They ruined it.
Teen Titans, they ruined it, and it's really funny. Rather than accepting the criticism from the fans, they make they all they've done throughout their entire run is make fun of the fans. Like, you don't like this show, huh? Well, you're a neckbeard. Like, okay.
Oh, I see.
Like, fuck off.
Yeah.
Can I just delve in on this comment? I went streaking before under the age of 18, carrying around a samurai sword.
Right on.
No, is that technically classed as streaking?
I want to find a clip on.
But is that technically classed as streaking? Because you're wearing something. I mean, you're not.
Well, I don't know. It depends. Like, I'm trying to think. Okay, like streaking could go different ways. My brothers and I used to do it all the time. Well, not all the time. When we were like elementary school. And the fun thing about it is like the last, like, if you're streaking up down the street, we did this to my older brother, right? You go, your turn. So the last guy that does it, right? All right, you go. And my brother went upstairs. We grab his fucking clothes and run in the house and lock the door. Stuff like that. Or if you ride a bike up and down the street streaking, or you could carry something or yell something, it's kind of like
Wild Heart,
do the most absurd thing streaking.
Yeah,
Wild Heart, I want you to share this 1 minute short. I can't share it because I'm on mobile. So just share it, please. Oh, PJ, if you have the band's power,
bandwidth power. I think you'll.
What's that?
No, it's all right.
Private chat.
Oh.
Yeah, I should have checked before I play this. Yeah, it's cartoons.
It's 1 minute. Yes.
That one. Yeah.
Do it.
You can take your offer and blow it out your insolent child. Where is it, Cyborg? I combed through your blueprints, peeled back your armor, stripped off your machine. Still you defy me. Where in this bioconception is the part that allows you to resist? It's not in the circuitry, is it? It's not the machine that resists you. It's me, my spirit. That's the part you can. I don't need you to make me a man. I already am one. should have
Okay, you get the point. You can stop now.
Yeah.
But how awesome is that? Mm.
His hand.
Calm down,
I
man.
don't need you to make me a man. I already am one. fucking guy looking at Goku before Goku wasn't dead. Ultra Instinct.
Sorry, thank you, Bond. This could be a good topic. Can Midnight describe what the perfect cartoon ass would look like? I'm guessing so.
No, I can't. I just like asses. That's it.
Right on.
I like big button can't like. Yeah. Well, that was a minute of my life I'll never get back. Yeah, right with it. Right,
You know, Mon, fuck you. The original Teen Titans from 2004 was awesome. You know it. I know it. PJ knows it, and Wildheart knows it, even though he hates cartoons. Oh, look at me, how edgy and cool I am. What an adult. I hate cartoons. They're for kids. Okay, bro.
Yeah, they kind of are though. Do you know what I mean? Like
Not all of
cartoon,
them.
like cartoon. Yeah. If you go to any like Nickelodeon, channels for kids.
Yeah, but those. Okay, look. As we've established before, there were a lot of cartoons that came out in the 90s. They were demographically for kids, but they had a lot of adult humor in it, a lot of adult references. Okay, now those I will give you are for kids, but animation itself is not for kids. There are many, many, many examples of animation made specifically for adults. The Spawn series that aired on HBO, HBO at midnight, was definitely not for kids. Let's see, Family Guy isn't really for kids, but kids still watch it for some reason. I could go on and on.
Yeah, I do like Family Guy and The Simpsons, and yeah.
But those are for kids. I'm in love with myself.
I bet a lot of people are loving you, or have had loving you. You know what I
Ooh.
mean?
Worship me, maggots, for I am midnight. Beep. Beep.
Right. Wow, this is weird. I don't know where this has come from. Midnight. Have you ever had colonic irrigation?
What?
Colonic irrigation.
No,
Nasty.
no, I am not Steve McRae.
Nice way of saying it.
Yeah, there might be a lot of stuff stuck up there that you could do with camera.
Okay, where's that coming from, though? I don't see it in the chat.
I don't know. Just a weird random thought. I honestly don't know.
Well, I mean, somebody had to have asked you if they know Steve McRae, because he's the one who's had that shit for years, and the one who actually brought it up. So for somebody to ask me that I have that, it's like, okay, do you think I'm Steve? That's confusing.
No, I think it's when you said you've had a lot of love in you or something. I was just thinking of the consequences of that and whether you could get that.
No, I said I'm in love with myself.
Ah, right.
I never said I had a lot of love in me. What am I doing here?
Wow, that's a big existential question we could get into. What is anyone doing here? What am I doing here? What are you doing here? What is anyone doing? Yeah.
Did you ever watch Red versus Blue?
No.
Oh, you really should.
The Halo thing?
What was that?
The Halo Red versus Blue? Some of them here and there. I remember they came out.
I've never seen the whole thing, but I remember laughing my ass off when I was younger and I watched that.
Yeah.
It's like the very first episode. You ever wonder what we're doing here? It's one of the nice mysteries, isn't it? What are we doing here? Is there a god? No. What the fuck are we doing here protecting this canyon?
Yeah. That's the point of all this. Why are we in this side? We put this base here anyways. You ever look for a way out? No. Have you?
Like this guy Church who was like, was a no nonsense fucking asshole. I gotta watch it again one of these days.
It's been a while. Yeah, I can't remember most of them.
Oh, there was something I used to watch. I used to watch a lot when I was younger. It's called Elite World.
Well, I'm listening for that one.
It uses Valve's Source Engine to make episodes to make a reality TV show between to where terrorists and counter-terrorists live in the same house.
Do they use that one game a lot in there? What's
Gary's Mod? Yes.
Oh, my son has that. Okay, he all right. I seen that on his computer. All right,
it's the funniest shit ever. Look, when you have time, just look it up. Elite World, okay? You will not be disappointed. And if you are, you can come shoot me in my face in real life. I don't know.
I'll check it out.
It's definitely good. Like, do it now. Do it now. Get to the chopper and watch Elite World.
Elite World.
Yeah, if anyone's watching, don't do that. Watch this first, then go and watch Elite World.
Okay. I like this question. Who is the better cook, Midnight or Wildheart? We should have a stream titled "The Ultimate Debate."
Can I give evidence? Do you know what I mean? That is pasta with various mixed vegetables.
You didn't make that. Your mother did. Don't lie.
No, I made that myself. I cooked that myself the other day.
No, I don't believe you.
Yeah. Plus, I added steak to it, but that's all gone. I ate the steak first. Yeah. So,
hey, PJ, do you believe him?
Pasta's pretty. Yeah, pasta's easy to make. Did the sauce come out of a can jar? Did you make it yourself out of sauces?
Yeah, no, it was a jar.
Jar?
Yeah, tomato sauce. Yeah.
Well, it's deducted for canned sauce. But
my mom hates the jar, like the sauce from the jar for like oregano or whatever. She doesn't have the one from like from the can. They use a can opener and heat it up and then like sprinkle. Yeah, I really got to try to do that one. I'm really got to make my own sauce nowadays and sell it and become like master chef.
Yeah, my son. I taught my son how to do it. He makes a way better sauce than I do. Just get tomato sauce, tomato paste, garlic, just all the seasonings you need. Oregano, basil. You just spice it up, make it just
Just to prove that I did actually cook that, I put obviously the tomato sauce in it, and salt, pepper, garlic. Yeah, I went the whole.
Vegetables.
I'm agnostic to your claims.
Thank you very much, Bond. Yeah, 1-0 win night.
I'm not at home. I can't cook. Okay.
Okay. How'd that fried chicken come out? Made.
You just heard Midnight said that you can't cook, so I win.
Oh. No, you missed the first part, asshole.
Taking everything out of context, like it.
Yeah. I hate when that happens. Fucking Christians.
I love this name, Sophisticated Brat.
Yeah, thanks.
Sophisticated Brat. That's fucking. PJ. I'm sorry. What? What's going on? I don't need you to make me a man. I already am one. Proceeds to beat the shit out of him with like fucking god powers that will never come here again. Seriously, what the fuck was that? I gotta watch that show again. I mean, I never actually watched the entire thing, right? There's like so many fucking subplots and stories that that I miss. Awesome characters, storylines. I love stories. I would expect to be making pasta sauce from imported Italian tomatoes. You know what, Spooky? I will find imported tomatoes, imported Italian tomatoes, and I will steal them because it's probably expensive. No, just kidding. I'll steal them in Minecraft. I gotta make sure I add that in. Otherwise, the algorithm will be like, "Huh, somebody's gonna steal something, huh?" Well, we'll see.
I would expect to be making pasta sauce from imported Italian tomatoes.
My family and I used to actually make our own like tomato sauce. That was like years ago. It used to be a lot of fucking hard work. There was machines everywhere. You had to like grind tomatoes. It was. We don't do that anymore because who has the fucking time and space, But we used to do that.
Yeah, and I think Bond is right. Midnight, you just called Bond spooky.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I thought I was in a different type, but I thought, it's spooky.
You see what happened. I actually went in a different universe in this one, and it was actually Spooky that said that. So I got confused. I actually live in between two universes, Universe A and Universe B. I'm bullshitting the shit out of you, obviously, but
Does that mean you're trans universe?
yes, I'm trans universe or transverse, you should say, transverse.
Transverse, yeah.
I may have been born Universe A, but I am totally Universe B. So please respect my pronouns. Best.
I'm a Universe A person living in a Universe B.
I am literally surprised that nobody has started doing that.
You could tell by the goatees.
Right.
Yeah, is that Universe B has a goatee? Or?
Well, I mean, right now, I have a full head of beard, or full face of beard. So, I guess I'm more evil than the guy who has a goatee. But it's funny. It's funny. In Futurama, they actually said that the guy with the goatee was actually the good Bender because Bender.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually another very good cartoon, Futurama. I like that.
Hey, PJ, did you ever hear the Futurama theory that said the reason why Bender becomes like a thief and all that is because during the first episode, he's in the hall of villains or the criminals, and while he gets like electrocuted, a lot of their influence rubs off. I butchered that, but that is out there, which I always thought, I guess that does make sense. I guess it does make sense for Bender's tone change after episode 1.
I just like Bender bending Rodriguez when he's
oh yeah, robots are made in Mexico, so they're all Mexicans. That's funny.
But honestly, Futurama is such a good show. It's got so many good stories that just make you laugh or make you cry like a bitch. Like the episode with Fry's dog.
Oh yeah, that was a sad one.
Always gets me.
Or the ending where Bender went to go get the guy who made him because he didn't deactivate because he was a faulty unit, but he let him go anyway because he felt sorry for him, and that was Hermes.
Yeah, that was like holy shit.
Yeah, he was an inspector there. Yeah,
I was like, what the fuck?
Spectre 5. Oh, yeah, my son said Spectre 5.
To be honest, if you really thought about it, that twist ending was kind of obvious.
Yeah.
I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried.
Then I saw her face.
So,
Midnight.
Wildheart, how old are you again?
42.
Damn, 42. You're the meaning of life. Holy shit, PJ. He
Yeah.
is literally the meaning of life.
I am God. Yeah, I am literally
No. There's a difference between being the meaning of life and being God. Don't get it twisted. I am PJ. Wait, no, I'm Midnight. I can't be PJ. Well, I mean, technically, I am PJ, but I am PJ and Wildheart. Considering pantheism is true. Well, at least for me, it's true. We're all gods, okay? We are
Midnight,
all part of the whole.
No, I've got to pick you up on that.
Well, yes, we are.
Just because you believe something is true doesn't make it true. You can't say at least I believe that it's true and expect that to mean anything. It's
You know what? You know what I believe? I believe it's true that you don't exist. I really do. You don't exist to me.
No,
and that is the truth.
So what are you doing?
What are you going to do now, huh? You don't exist.
That is by definition a waste of time. If I don't exist and you're on my stream, that is literally a waste of time.
I mean, isn't that what we're doing now? Where we're just wasting time hanging out?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Waiting to die. What's today? Another day closer to my death.
Hey! Don't worry about it, PJ. You and I are going to live past 300 with the new technologies that are coming out.
Check out my new robot legs. I'm gonna kick some shit.
If you define a god as an old guy on SSI, then I'm a god.
Oh, hello, Jordan.
Hey, Jordan.
Oh my god. The most beautiful woman in the world is here.
I know, right?
What?
Could you be? No. Were you talking about yourself, Midnight? I thought you were talking about Jordan.
Yeah, that's what I said. The most beautiful woman in the world is here. Jordan.
Yeah, oh, right. I thought you meant yourself.
No.
He does have the best cartoon ass.
I consider you the most beautiful girl in the world, Midnight. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, fuck you and not a girl. Sit your ass down, bitch. I am the god of destruction. Chaos.
You do have the most beautiful ass in the world. Can we all agree on that?
No.
I mean, just as a starting point. No. Fucking hell.
I'm in love. What is love? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
No. Hadaway,
yeah.
I love that song. I'm doing fine, Jode. I hope you're all right too. Manly boy. What the fuck?
Really? Manly?
Well, I am a man.
Yeah. But one word I never think of when I think of Midnight is manly.
Well, same goes for you, buddy. You're not manly in my eyes either.
Yeah, shit.
PJ is more of a man than we are.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, can't tell you on that.
I just do what I did. I had no choice.
You're welcome, Jode. Here's the story of a lovely lady who was busy with 3 girls of her own. This group somehow must form a family. Sorry, but I love the Brady Bunch jingle. Like the fucking
the Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch. That's how we became the Brady Bunch.
Being a manly man. When the next sentence out of your mouth is, "I love the Brady Bunch thing," you're not helping your case.
Dude, go fuck yourself. Seriously.
Yeah, I'm a man. Now check out these cute little pink buttons I found. They go look cool on my shirt.
A man has to be comfortable in his masculinity.
Yeah, that's true. And his femininity. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't be gay. I'm too pretty for that.
That's so 70s. Hey, Gio, what are you doing out there? Come on, buddy. Come on, step in. It's okay. We won't bite much.
Don't tempt him.
Empty spaces. What are we living for? Abandoned places. Oh, I don't know the rest. I really love that song though. Another hero, another mindless crime. Queen.
Yeah, again, Midnight, not helping your case for being a manly man. You went from the
I don't care. I don't care. Coming from you, that means nothing.
You could not be doing any more damage to your case for being a manly man.
Okay, who are you? Who are you? Wild Heart, who are you?
I am Wild Heart Resurrected, back from the dead. Welcome back, sir.
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Fight me!
There's an echo. I'm in the car, so I'm trying this out. I'm breaking the law a little bit to be here for you, Wild. See? I'm a villain.
Oh, don't do that. Don't break the law.
It's okay. I'm used to doing it. I'm a criminal. I'm a felon anyway. I have to.
Yeah,
it's in my blood.
Carry on.
I wouldn't be a villain without it. Like, I gotta. But no, I thought of something. I was listening back to the conversation, right, with Richard and stuff.
Yeah.
What do you think came first, the laws of physics or the laws of logic?
Okay, well, hold on. I will try to answer this. First of all, first you need to consider that the laws of physics that we have are descriptive, not prescriptive. They describe something that that happen. They describe event. God damn it! Let me try again. They describe things that appear to be true about nature itself. All right, so that's a little caveat there. Second of all, I do think that the laws of logic came from observation of these laws of physics. Even though back in like 2,500 years ago, Aristotle didn't really have the same. He didn't really have the same understanding that that humanity has now. Although there were people who believed that the reality was made up of atoms. I'm gonna mispronounce this. Democritus believed that everything in the universe was made up of tiny indivisible atoms. We now know that atoms are more indivisible than they were originally thought. But turns out the motherfucker was right 2,500 years ago. He was just killed, and it's like, I'm right. I'm Plato, and I'm right. And in my heavenly spheres, is the right way to view reality. Like, fuck you, Plato. And there you go.
Sorry, Midnight, if I can just pick you up, if I can take this opportunity to be the resident pedant, you can't get any more indivisible. It will be more divisible. You can't get any more indivisible. Indivisible.
Whatever,
is
you know what I meant. Shut the fuck up.
Go on, sorry.
Does that answer your question, Tug? Hello?
I mean, it is an answer to the question, but I don't know if it's the answer to the question.
Fair enough. I just gave you my answer.
Nothing to do with the question he actually asked, but yeah, thanks anyway.
I'm not saying that I don't agree with you. I agree with you very much so. It's just that there's other answers out there. I'd like to hear them.
Well, unfortunately, Richard had to go to work, and he also left because you were annoying him. That's my assumption.
So.
Like, to imply that logic came first would have to imply a god of logic to create forms that physics.
And that is why pre-suppers say. That is why pre-suppers say that God has to exist in order for the laws of logic to exist. You know what I mean? You're presupposing my worldview. Like, I hate pre-suppers, honestly. They're just so fucking.
You should just point to the laws of physics from now on. Like, whenever a Christian or something, like, I have the laws of physics. Fuck off. Fuck off. I have physics. Fuck off.
You're presupposing a god. Why? Laws of physics exist. Laws of the universe exist. Why does that necessitate a god? Just because of the laws of physics doesn't mean there has to be a god of the laws of physics. It's just
true, but a lot of people, especially Aristotle, are like, well, if the universe exists, there had to have been an uncaused cause which caused the universe,
which is just a flaw in thinking.
Do you know I agree with you, and it leads to.
Plato also spoke of the all good. There's the all good, and then there's the good, and then there's whatever the reality. So there is that idea with Plato too, the all good.
Well, Plato was talking about the realm of the forms, right? Like the Platonic forms. So there is a perfect form for a horse out there, and every other horse is just a mere imitation of this perfect horse which exists above reality.
Sorry, Midnight, can I ask you a question?
No.
What would be the perfect cartoon horse ass?
Fuck you.
I know you're
a minute. Here's a question. If the laws of logic and laws of physics had personages, would it be fair to say that in itself would be God?
Again, it just comes down to your definition of God. I mean, I think it just comes down to...
They wouldn't be God themselves, but I guess they would be helpers or... I don't even know how to answer that one.
Well, yeah, because it's weird, because laws of physics can't give it a body without having a body. And same thing with the laws of logic, but it has a concept of a mind, but without the mind. That's a weird one.
Your mind is weird, Tug.
I just think it comes down to humans needing...
Of course.
I just think it comes down to humans needing to give a label of God to anything. So when you ask, is that a god? Well, yeah, if you want to define it as that, then yeah, it's a god. But no one agrees on what a god is, so it's just pointless. Are the laws of logic God? Well, if you call it God, then I suppose it's God. But you know what I mean? It's just humans just seem to need to throw the label God at anything. But if you have 10,000 humans and they all call God a different thing, what is the point of the term God? It just doesn't mean anything anymore. It's just pointless.
No, that's not true. Its value doesn't get diminished; it gets made individualistically, because it still has value. It's on a different spectrum in importance to different people. So it's like
but I mean, like conversationally, if you're having a conversation with someone and you both have different definitions of God and you use the word God, then the word God is pointless because you're talking about two different things. Do you know what I mean? Like if you call the laws of the universe God and you're talking to someone who thinks that, the Christian God, then
What do you mean? Let me ask this to maybe understand. What do you mean by pointless?
Like the conversation will be pointless because if you label something God, but that's not the same label as the person you're talking to considers God, then you're just going to be talking past each other. Do you know what I mean? But there are 10 billion different definitions of the word God, and it seems everyone has a different definition. So when they say God, you've got to go beyond that and say, well, what do you mean by God? Which makes the word God just pointless. Because it's no good just saying God because there are so many different definitions of God.
Well, that's the same thing with like names. Are names pointless because there are so many people named John? And I would say, hey, have you seen John? You're like, well, which John is there? There's many Johns, so all those Johns are irrelevant. Which is true. All those Johns are irrelevant until we're talking about the one John that I'm talking about. That John is important because that's the John that's in context. That John exists, and we're trying to find this John.
No, I agree
all
with you.
Johns are important. All Victors are important. Don't give me that.
And it turns out John wasn't a person at all, but a toilet. Because I need to take a shit.
What I'm saying, though. That's
hey,
what I'm saying.
Hey, a toilet still matters, okay?
That's what I'm saying. You need further clarification. You can't. If you just say John, then no one's going to know who you're talking about. That's what I mean.
Sorry for being too loud. I'm in the car.
If you just say God, then no one's going to know what you're talking about. You have to then explain what you mean by God for the conversation to mean anything.
Hi, have you seen John Stewart around? No, but it sounds like a fake name. Thank you. Have a nice day. There you go. Is that so hard?
Right, but see, that's also good. The same thing with definitions, though. So, like with God, if the one thing is to ask, well, is there more than one? Obviously, well, it seems to be the case that there is more than one God, because like that goes into like the labels of Christian God, Hindu God, Nordic God, Vishnu God. That's Hindu again. Republican God, Trump. Liberal God, Joe Biden or something like that. Obama.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. If you have so many different definitions and so many different gods, that's what I'm saying. It makes the term just God on its own, unless you explain what you mean by God. It makes just using the word God pointless. Because you have to say God and then what you mean by God, what you understand as. So you might as well just use what you understand as God without using the actual word God, because it's like I say, it's pointless. Without a further clarification of what you mean.
Well, if we all just talk about like all that, and then you go, well, what do you mean by that? Wouldn't it be better just to use God if you still have to explain it? Like either way, I think we're gonna have to explain it to someone somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what the weird question is there an actual atheist?
According to Jill and many Christians, no. We're just, what is it?
No true atheist, huh, Todd? No true atheist.
Hiding the truth
well, technically,
in righteousness or something. Yeah.
I would say like babies and children that like can't comprehend can't self-identify probably don't qualify as atheists because they can't recognize that. They haven't been asked that. So
but according to Aaron rocks are atheists. I don't know whether he's changed to this position over the years, but according to him, rocks are atheists.
That's actually fair because an atheist is something that doesn't believe in God. Rocks don't believe in God, therefore rocks are atheists. It's sound. The problem is then when you say, but you have to be conscious and be able to conceive God in the first place, then that will make rock not an atheist. But it's a sound argument. If you don't believe in God, you are an atheist. Rocks don't believe in God, therefore rocks are atheists. There's nothing wrong with that argument. You know what I mean?
The only thing I probably have a problem with is the ability to believe.
There is so
You
much
like you
wrong
said, go
with that
back to
argument.
consciousness. Because if it's not because if just because you don't have an ability to believe, you got to have the property to believe. Right?
Yeah,
It seems like a
that's where
categorical error to me, because a rock doesn't possess, as far as we know, the consciousness to not believe. It's not a choice that it makes. It's not, So how could it ever have an option to believe? Because it could, because that's just saying like or rock could be. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm yelling. I'm in the car. It's a rock could be persuaded. I have that car voice that gets loud. I try to tone it down. My bad. Get all
No,
carry
but
in the car.
you're right. I agree with what you're saying. It's whether you class something as having the ability to believe in God. That's where, like saying babies are atheists. It's technically true. No baby believes in God, therefore technically they are atheists. But then if you bring in the added condition that you have to be able to believe in God to be an atheist, it's just two different ways of looking at the same thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
neither one's
They're both
right or
correct.
wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you can't say that it's not wrong because it's like weirdly right, which goes into like two things that are kind of opposing but also being correct, which is like kind of what's that called? Paradoxical, something like that.
Yeah. Spooky says, welcome Spooky by the way. Good to see you, man. Babies are atheist. Midnight is an atheist. Therefore, midnight is a baby. There's some problem there, but I can't quite figure out what it is.
Was baby Jesus an atheist?
Yes.
He didn't believe in himself. You know.
Yeah, I'm not here right now. He was too busy listening to like Nirvana.
Who?
One sec. I've got to take a shot. A very massive bathroom break. I'll be right back.
The man drinks too much, and I don't mean booze. Okay, so I guess everyone's dead.
You killed us. Yeah, you insulted us.
I deal with it.
Okay. It sucks, man. I wanted to go do some windows today, but it's like not below freezing, but at 13 degrees. So I can't go do my windows today. I have to wait
I
till
mean,
tomorrow.
that is below freezing. Like 32 degrees. I think it's Fahrenheit is 0
30
degrees
is below
Celsius.
freezing. That's right. Yeah, that's right. It's 21, so yeah, it is below freezing. Yeah.
God damn.
Well, that's for water, isn't it? Isn't that based off just water freeze?
I mean,
So
it's
technically,
based
it's
off.
subjective to freezing. Because if we were to freeze, we'd be dead.
Well, where I am right now is 34 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's a little above freezing.
I am at 21. Woohoo! Good drink.
It snowed.
It's state law.
Here.
Yeah, it snowed over here. There's a nice little blanket of like crack cocaine snow.
Go snort it.
I will actually. I need some fresh lines. That's what they call them now, right? To stay hip, lines.
Yep.
I got to get in the cut, G.
Oh, I would love to see Midnight Sparkle. I would love to see Midnight Sparkle in the snow.
No, you won't.
Would you be able to see it?
I'd reflect too much of the sunlight.
Yeah. He would just disappear.
I wonder if he looked like a big albino seal. Right? All cute and fluffy, like there in the cold, like I shouldn't be out here.
He'd have to take a piss in the snow just to know where he was. Yeah.
You just see footsteps in the snow. You don't even see them. Oh God, there's a ghost. Why is Midnight naked though? And all these, why is he naked out? What the fuck's wrong with him? He's like bare ass naked. He would make him go outside so we can't even see him. What's wrong with our line of thinking? Poor Midnight. We're violating him, taking off his clothes. The eyes gawk at the flesh is what I forgot. Some old person says that to me. The eyes, they gawk at the flesh.
Right, let's catch up on some of the comments. Bon says rocks are vegan. Which, again, is technically true because they don't eat meat, but then they don't eat anything. So they're technically vegan. Yeah.
Hold up
And
now.
you're technically an idiot.
If the Earth is if the Earth is a big giant rock, and we throw things in the volcano as a sacrifice, does that technically mean the Earth ate the animal?
Excuse me. Yeah, Geosam, it's anthropomorphic to claim rocks have a viewpoint. Yeah. Rock support Greta Thunberg. I don't know who that is. Most don't believe what you just said. Can a rock identify as not a rock? No, because they can't speak. So rocks are immoral because sorry, the chat is a bit rock heavy. So rocks are immoral.
Anyways, Wildheart, thank you for having me on. I'm going to go. I don't know, maybe read or or get as far away from you as possible because apparently you being in Britain isn't far enough. So I need to go.
Yeah, thanks, Midnight. Cheers.
Here, you big bastard, and good job. Okay, good job. All right.
Cheers, Midnight. Thanks a lot.
Again, good job, buddy. Don't smoke. I mean, don't drink.
Yeah, I can still smoke though.
What was that? Actually, I'd rather you stop smoking too, but one vice at a time. Now he's going to go look at cartoon assets. Yes. Unironically, yes, Bond.
Are you actually going to go and look at cartoon assets?
No. Yeah. I'm going to read.
You said unironically.
I know. I was fucking with him. Boy.
Midnight, can you do me a special favour? Before you go, can you do me a special favour?
Depends.
Can you go out and do some research on the perfect horse's ass in cartoon form?
No.
Get back to me. Like, maybe shoot me an email or something. No.
Nope. Bye.
A little disappointed by that, I'll be honest. It's got to be My Little Pony, though. Sure. Some kind of My Little Pony thing. Anyway, we should make a Zen rock garden. That would be cool. Right, I'm not sure what to do now. We have 8 viewers, but I have no one to talk to. So, I don't know whether to end the show here or not. 8 viewers is quite a lot for me. So, I'm not sure. We'll see. And in my pet rock, George the 5th. Was he the 5th in your collection of Georges? Because that would make sense. Vosh. I don't know what that is. You should put some pictures on the wall. Oh yeah, I've actually got. You can't see it. I've got a picture on the other wall. And I've got a big mirror. I don't know. I reckon. Yeah, I can't show you, but yeah, I've got like a big mirror on the wall, and there is a picture on the other wall. Oh, cool. Cheers, dog. Yeah, I'll keep it open then. I'll just have to filibuster, and yeah, like Jill. I think I've learned enough from Jill to talk bullshit for 10, 15 minutes. Be fine. Yeah. Yeah, because if you called your pet rock George V, if you had an eighth rock, I would suggest Henry VIII. But no, that wouldn't work. Because you'd need 5 Georges to make George V. You'd need 8 Henrys to make Henry VIII. Plus, you'd have to give him rock what? Yeah, no, forget that. It'd be a nightmare. I like big mirrors, but I can't show you. Oh yeah, no, we'll try. Right, this might be tricky. I might disappear, but can you see the big mirror? Yeah. Snazzy wallpaper. Another mirror over there. I've got a full length dress mirror and that mirror. Yeah, that's on it. It's just on the other wall. I'll join you as soon as my housemate wakes up. Cool. Definitely keeping it going. Excuse me. Geosam, throw some ice cold water on your housemate. Yeah, I'm sure that would go down well. I mean, maybe worth a try, but yeah, I'd do that and then stand well back. Yeah, I would come out punching at that point. Do you know what I mean? Maybe throw some ice cold water on your housemate and then run. That could work. The 70s is wrong. Oh, spooky. That hurts, but only because it's true. Wow. Yeah, to be fair, it is really shiny. Yeah, but it's nice. It's like wavy lined, but then, like, depending on which kind of orientation you're looking at from, it changes. Fuck you, Spook. I like rocks because they get hammered, which is true. Yeah. Yeah. Which is how we get minerals and all. Yeah, that's fairly essential. You get minerals in the rocks, you hammer them, then form them into like iron and bronze and stuff. Yeah. Fair. If anyone wants to join, link is in the side chat. My waterboard comment didn't show up well. I think that's probably for the best. I didn't even see it myself, but I think, yeah, I think that's for the best. Oh no! Geosam, throw some ice cold water on your housemate. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, no, it did show up. Yeah. Oh, that's another great cartoon. Yeah. For some reason, I feel like watching the Flintstones. Yeah, good call. I'm all up for just watching while they tries to solo over. Yeah, it's tricky. Do you know what I mean? I mean, the comments help, don't get me wrong. Gives me something to talk about, but yeah, it's tricky apart from that. But we just had 10 viewers and we've now got 9, but yeah, I'm reluctant to end the show while we've got 9 viewers. Yeah, censored by YouTube. Yeah. Maybe if you could type it in like a different way. Uh, Maybe you'll get around the YouTube. Yeah, it didn't show up. Yeah, I'm almost tempted to do a musical interlude. Yeah, but I won't. Oh, maybe, no. Nah, I'll just wait. Actually, what might be fun, for me at least, is just to sit in complete silence until someone joins. You know what I mean? Just not say anything and see how that goes. I want to see how long it takes me to get. Sorry, just got some notifications. Uh, yeah. Oh, wow. This is where it's handy if you can play an instrument. I've actually got a guitar over there. I mean, I can't play it. I can't play guitar. And it's got one string missing. Oh, I'm really tempted now to do the most tedious stream ever. Like, if I get the guitar and just sit here tuning it, do you know, with one of them apps, that could work. Uh, yeah, I'll think about that. Anyway, what is the temperature in the UK right now? It is. What is it? I can't see. 13 degrees Celsius, which I think if you had 32, that would be 32, 13, 50, 45, 40, 45 degrees. Yeah, Fahrenheit. Yeah, still thinking about the guitar thing, to be honest. Oh, yeah, I started talking about something before. I'll carry on with that. Yeah, I was on a panel yesterday, I think it was, and it was mainly black people, but the way he run his channel was really cool. I mean, I don't think I have the patience to do it, but like he will go around and ask everyone. I'll have to try it next time people join. He will go around and ask everyone like their opinions on the. Yeah, it was a really cool stream. I'll try and find the channel it was on. Yeah, it was really cool. Uh, do, do Let's refresh our subscriptions. Oh, that was it. He's live at the moment as well. Yeah, Sharon Bracer. I'll put the link. He's live now. I'm not going to go over there, but like anyone who wants to check it out, like a real cool channel. I had fun. Sterling was on there as well at the same time. Yeah, so it was like it was like mainly black people. There you go, Bond. Yeah, that's it. He's live at the moment as well. Yeah, everyone should check it out. It was really cool. I was a little intimidated because before I went on, it was like 4 or 5 black people. Yeah, but they were very nice. You know, wow, this is so racist. I apologise. I'm not. I don't mean it like that. It's just, yeah, it was cool. Yeah, check that out. Ah, you are familiar. Yeah. Yeah, I immediately noticed that. Yeah, no, I wasn't shocked that they were nice. It's just, yeah, like I was nervous of going on, and then they turned out to be nice. I'm not saying that I expected them not to be nice, but yeah, it worked out well. Is all I'm saying. Fuck. Yeah, I've been on a lot of streams in the last. Did you make a stream a name Mark Chocolate? No, but I will do next time. Well, yeah, let's see how that goes down. Yeah, but I've been on so many streams in the last 3 or 4 days, like about 20 or 30. They all kind of meld into one after a certain point. Do you know what I mean? ACO is live as well. By the way. Always fun to talk to us. I want to troll them. Right, as I don't really have much to talk about until someone joins. Yeah, we'll see what they're talking about. I'm sure this is perfectly legal to stream someone else's. Maybe not, but I'll do it anyway. It's either that or karaoke, you know what I mean? Mix the name. See what they're talking about. Those third spots. Delivery, it's all on your doorstep.
Meet Kiana, Shiori, and Kartik, just a few merchants from around the globe who have switched to Shopify, the leading e-commerce.
Oh, talk about.
When they make the switch,
what up? Can you hear me all right?
Sell everywhere your customers shop.
I was about to stream, a channel that I went on the other day. Yeah.
Oh wow.
But now I've got someone to talk to. Yeah, no, I don't need to do that now. It was very cool, but
How cool was it? Were they nice to you?
yeah, they were very nice, and I really like the owner of the channel. I forget his name. One sec. Oh, this fucking troll. Do me anything. Sharon Bracer it's called. The link is in the side chat. Yeah, they were very nice, and the way he run his channel was really good. Like he'd have like 6 or 7 people on the panel, and he would to get everyone's opinion. Like it made me think that I should start doing that, but it's very labour intensive. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Rather than just sitting back and.
Well, don't be lazy then. Get into it.
Yeah.
You want your channel to grow? Huh? You better start taking tips from the professionals, boy.
Yeah, I really should start doing that. It was
Yeah,
it was
right.
quite cool. Yeah.
That sounds awesome. Did you make your streamer name White Chocolate?
Yeah, I was saying it. Yeah, it was like it's not an all black channel, but mainly black people on it. So yeah, Bon suggested that I make my streamer name White Chocolate, which would be funny, but yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to upset the apple cart. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. That would not be good. So, what did you want? Do you want to talk about like theological debate?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I see what I can do. Can you give me like 2 minutes? I have to tidy up my room. I have to get all my laundry set or in order.
Yeah.
I was looking for something the other day, and I made a big mess looking for it, and I need to get it in order, and it's driving me up the wall. I just got home, so I want to make sure I get it done before I continue this. I just want to make sure I was here for you and all that, like to be in the room. I mean, because I didn't want to keep you waiting. Like, what the fuck did you did? They didn't come. You didn't show. All right, I'll be right back. I'll still be listening. I just I'll be cleaning up.
Yeah. And since you've been back, Tog, we've now got 8 viewers, up from 5. So yeah, you're obviously popular. Yeah, I appreciate it. Although slightly concerned that you're putting tidying your room above me. Do you know what I mean? You got to get your priorities right, in my opinion. Like, what could be more important than talking to Wilder? You know what I mean? Yeah, actually, thinking about it, everything else would be more important. Yeah, so anyone who wants to join, the link is in the side chat. I'm just trying to think of some good questions to ask. But I get slightly concerned that I'm going to offend, like Christians and that. When I ask them questions, like I was talking to Dan before, Orthodox something or just inside chat, and you can kind of sense when you've hit a nerve. Do you know? It just makes me feel kind of uncomfortable. All right. Sorry, Spooky. Do you know what I mean? It's stop saying, "Do you know what I mean?" It's doing my head in. All right. What do you mean? I'm from Manchester. That's what I always say. Yeah, but I was talking to Dan before, and I mean he's gone into like an orthodoxy. Oh yeah, I can ask you. Totally can come back. Yeah, I can ask you about orthodoxy and your thoughts on that. Eastern Orthodoxy, I think it is. Yeah, but like I feel bad. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm asking genuine questions which I don't understand, and I want to know. Fuck you, Spook. No, that's Australia. It's Australia what doesn't exist. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know whether we should go down this route or not. But it makes me feel bad when you ask Christian questions and it's almost like you can see it in the back of their eyes. Do you know what I mean? That they've it kind of triggers something that I get the feeling that they kind of know that they're wrong. Do you know what I mean? And they don't have. Oh, sorry, Gio. One sec. My controllers. Welcome, Gio. Good to see you, man.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're fine.
Mic check.
Yeah, you good.
Good.
Yeah, Gio, do you know what I'm talking about? Like sometimes when you talk to Christians and you bring up a point that they kind of know that they're wrong, but they won't admit it. Do you know that thing that goes on with their eyes?
Yeah.
And they kind of know you, but do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, but that makes me feel bad. Like I don't want to like upset them or anything. Do you know what I mean? But it's just a weird.
Yeah. It's like a child wants to hold on to some fairy tale, and
Yeah.
Is that okay for a child to do? I guess, yeah. But if it goes further into adulthood, then and the adult realizes that those things from my childhood, those stories,
Yeah.
that they're just stories. But if they don't realize that, or they just don't want to face that, then that's cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah. And welcome, Bojo. Yeah, Bojo agrees. Yeah, cognitive dissonance.
Cognitive dissonance. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then that comes with compartmentalization. There are people who are scientists who are religious.
All right, I'm back.
They hold to religious beliefs as well as scientific beliefs at the same time, and they both compete with each other.
Yeah.
So they have to compartmentalize that in their minds in order to not go crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another problem. Like there are many Christians, most Christians that are more intelligent than me, but it's like you said, they don't use their intelligence in the same way, like you're saying with scientists and that. They'll use their intelligence for science, but then cut off their intelligence when it comes to religion. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I think Sam Harris said that it's the only discourse where logic isn't part of isn't part of it.
How do you know that you're not just making a projection when you're thinking about the Christian and their position?
I don't know.
Not you, Gio. Wild. Sorry, I wasn't asking you because he said something about like when when he says he feels bad because they think that they're lying to themselves. Well, how do you know you're not just projecting yourself onto them? It sounded like a projection. I don't think it is. So I'm not gonna say that you were projecting, but how do we know that I'm questioning, how do we know that when we're doing that, if it isn't a projection? Like, because how are we guarding ourselves and our own vulnerabilities at the end of the day when we tell, well, that person's shitting themselves? Are we shitting ourselves? Because I think I've done that. I've been guilty of that when I put myself and my shit on the others, and I had to like, well, that isn't that. Later on, I had the hindsight to be like, well, shit.
Yeah, well, it's just like I said, I can't back any of this up like scientifically, or it's just a feeling that you get. When you're talking to someone.
Sorry.
Feeling.
That song, tonight's gonna be a good night. That one's stuck in my head.
Yeah, but it's just a feeling that you get when you're talking to them. Like you say something that makes sense, and it's panic. I think it's panic. In their eyes, you can see the brain kind of working overtime. Yeah, I know I'm wrong, but how do I fix that? And then they'll come up with some kind of bullshit kind of rationalization to.
It sounds like you're talking from your last experience with Dan.
With who, sir?
Well, I think you're right in a way, Todd, because people do they think, oh, this person believes A, right? And I don't believe A, so I'm going to go take from what I think and just put it on them because this is the way I think. People do that. Now I say, if you believe something and I don't believe it, I can't claim you're actually lying to me because you believe it.
Yeah.
That can't be a lie if you believe it, right?
Yeah.
Even though I know I might not believe it and think it's not true. You do doesn't mean you're lying. And I could, like you said, Todd, I could project my own thoughts about what people believe onto them because that's what I think. So you have to.
Well, see, this is where my cognitive dissonance, I guess, enters because it fucks with me. Because because people have delusions, right? Everyone has some type of delusion to where they're telling themselves something that's off. They lie to themselves, right? It's natural. That's the problem, is that it is natural for us to do that. It's a soothing thing that we do. So, like, even within religion, how can we tell if that's in itself a delusion that we're just following? And can you accept do people often accept that they're under delusion and still live with that? That's a weird one. Like, and that's where I'm taking if it is a delusion, is it bad? Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? What makes it good or bad if someone is being delusional? And I guess, yeah, what is the implication? Because I don't think it's necessarily bad to be delusional, but it all depends on, I guess, the outcome. Because again, if someone's delusional and they do all the wrong things because their delusion causes them to, then yeah, that is bad because they're harming and they're maybe self-harming or something like that. But if it's the opposite in their delusion and it's causing them to do good things, then it's probably not bad. But that's a weird one because then it goes into morality. Yeah. Well, it shouldn't enter morality to begin with. I don't think.
Well, I think that there's a way to demonstrate the contradiction, and they still they disregard the contradiction and still believe what they want to believe anyway. Then
exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It's not the person themselves. It's when you're having a conversation with that person, and you can see that they realise the contradiction, they recognise the contradiction, and then you can see their mind working like 100 miles an hour, trying to, that's, I mean, like you're saying, it's okay to be deluded, but I don't get I think at some level they realise they're wrong, and they realise they don't have good reasons, but then it's the...
But there's a fallback.
Yeah.
There's a fallback that people of belief, the religious beliefs can use to protect themselves from that kind of contradiction. They just say to themselves, well, God did it. I don't have to know. I don't have to know. So that gives them a way to dispel all the contradictions.
Yeah.
I think that's this unequal part, just saying things happen because they happen. Like God did it, it's just that. Like, well, that's true. Things happen because they happen. And it's just an equal fair statement to say, right? Okay, well.
Well, I guess you're right in that it depends on the person who's saying it and their perspective.
Yeah.
Because if I was to say that, it really wouldn't mean much.
Yeah.
You know?
The world goes around, right? God did it. Well, the world goes around.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. Magnets, how do they work? That kind of thing. Tide comes in, tide goes out. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Like, what are you gonna do?
I'm still in my pajamas and it's like 10 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, I wear pajamas.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, take it easy. Take it easy. We all don't have a life of luxury now. Do we like just in our pajamas all day?
Hello.
I don't want to get flagged for pornography. Do you know what I mean? Just cover up a little bit.
Hello. You're on the air. Hello. Would you like to say something to the people? No? You're shy. Oh, well. I'll scam you later.
Nice.
It's a scam. I get scam calls all day.
I wonder if it's just random or if it's like the same scammer who like just always tries to. Could you imagine? It's like you fall in love with the scammer. That needs to be a movie.
Yeah, just one guy in India doing all the scam calls all over the world.
He's just really lonely.
Yeah, his basement.
Keep calling, but he's using a different name each time, so.
Oh, they all just sound alike, right? Damn.
Kind of keeping it on the down low.
I am Stephen from the UK. No, you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4 different names. Well, desperate people do desperate things, right? Anyway.
See, that's a weird one too, because that doesn't that also go with like people leaving faith?
What do you mean?
Like, I've seen like hardship times and things like that. Like it goes just as much as those bring people closer to God. I've seen it break people, and they're like, "Oh, there is no God. How could He treat me?" And blah blah blah. I do all the right thing. And then they do all that, faith and what is it that I'm doing wrong or whatnot, and then they end up just, well, there isn't one. I've seen that. So it's like,
that's a big argument that like Christians use against atheists. Well, you're just angry with God. Do you know what I mean? I get what you're saying, where it comes from. There must be some Christians what feel hard done by God, and that's the reason they say they stop believing. But it doesn't work with atheists, because atheists actually don't believe. If you're angry at God, then you're not an atheist by definition, because you believe God exists to be angry with. Atheists don't. No atheist is ever angry at God.
I didn't say there. I didn't mention anger, but I get what you're talking about. Yeah. I'm just saying people leaving faith and like, because at that point they actually have a lack of belief because they don't like, well, there mustn't be a God. I'm not saying that they're mad at God because of X, Y, and Z. I'm just saying that it brings them to lose their faith. But yeah, sure, the same outcome will take it. But at that point, they still believe in God. They just hate him.
Yeah.
They just don't have a faith in a God.
As an atheist, I can be angry at the things religion has done to humans. I can be angry at that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like Bon says, atheists can be angry at the concept of God. Yeah, I agree with that. You can be angry at the God of the Bible and all the genocides and everything. But to be an atheist, you can't actually believe that God exists and God did those genocides. It's like being angry at a character in like Harry Potter or something.
Yeah, it just at that point. Yeah, at that point, it's like, just put down the book. It's not going to hurt you. Right?
Yeah, like I can dislike Voldemort, and not like his character, but I'm not going to hate Voldemort. know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's from
Welcome, Roger. Good
Harry
to
Potter.
Yeah.
Hiya, bro, Joe.
What's up, guys?
Hello.
Was
the thick of
same
it.
poop, different flies. Same
Wild Heart.
poop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that look that people get of cognitive dissonance going on in their head.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
when you say something and there's just that silence, you ask a question or a certain whatever that causes that, and the silence.
Yeah,
Love
it's
it.
just that.
Isn't that an argument from silence, though? Fallacious reasoning?
No.
I think that's something.
Well, you're saying that silence isn't interpreting something, but isn't that itself an argument of silence to say that because they're silent, that means
If
not
you
what I'm
interpret it, if you interpret someone's silence in that manner, yeah.
No, not an argument from silence is saying
Lack of evidence.
It's lack of evidence, yes. Right.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about lack of evidence. I'm just talking about the silence.
Yeah.
Yeah, that pause, that long pause.
The pause, right? The pause.
It's like you can see the gears turning in their head, and then you can see how do I get out of this? Rather than just recognizing that it's possible that they're wrong and trying to change their view. It's like, oh shit, yeah, I realize that something's wrong here.
Yeah.
How do I get out of it rather than just
Well,
accept
there's contradictions in everyone's worldview.
Yes.
We're all in the same. None of us know. We all presuppose the things we believe. So there you go. So,
there you go. Yeah.
Well, that's
whatever it is.
One.
Like you were saying, Todd was saying earlier, coping mechanisms.
Yeah.
You know, like these religious beliefs are no different than, say, the attitude of an addict who will do the same thing, make excuses to continue what they know. They know, reasonably in your head, intellectually, that we do destructive behavior, right? Whether it be, drugs, alcohol, overeating, gambling, all these things, right? And then we use for a coping mechanism, and then we'll make excuses to continue that behavior if it's destructive to us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Does that work with religion though? Like again, I can see how some like the coping that way, but just like coping, there's recreational factors that go into coping as well, like video game playing, going out to play golf, sports,
escapism.
Like yeah, is that still? That's still okay.
Well, see, religion.
The same way.
I think religion has an effect that it makes itself part of your identity, which becomes really hard to shake.
Yeah.
And so you want to defend your identity at all costs. You don't want to lose what you think you are, right?
Right.
So you'll live with the contradictions regardless because it's part of who you are.
What is it that Christ says? What is it to gain the world if you lose your soul or some shit like that?
Yeah, it's really terrifying. I can see why that would be terrifying to people. I wouldn't want to lose part of myself if I believed, if I believed something was part of me that made me, and I would be terrified if I lost that. So I know what that means. I know the fear, but
yeah.
I think a portion of arguments.
That's why, like some atheists don't understand, if they don't come from a religious background or have deconverted from a religious belief, that there is this phase of anger that goes on with someone who formerly believes, because you invested so many years. That became, like you said, your identity. You lose in part of your identity. It's a grieving process.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. To me, that's just like a scenario where you just like you get a new wife and kids. You just go to the next town over and reinvent yourself. Like how hard could that be? Maybe that's because I don't know. That's the way it can't be that hard just to change your group of people in circles. And someone from your past comes up to you like, are you so and so? Like, I don't know who that person is.
No, dude, I'm talking about deeply held beliefs here. I'm talking like myself coming from being raised Catholic, then always have, and then being involved in Christianity in one way or another, and not really examining the faith myself. A lot of questions because I was just grew up in it. That's the wall I'm in. You're in a, it could be anything. It's our culture, whatever. You could be in certain bubbles. We all live in certain different bubbles, right? Because we don't know what's going outside the bubble, outside the bubble. It's like when people go and visit another country, right? Especially if you're in America and you go visit a country that's poor or poorer to your standards, or see how they live, or even see people who are fucking happy despite their freaking circumstances, and then you come back to your country and realize, shit, how good you have it. It's fucking awakening because you go outside your bubble. That's what I'm saying.
I guess so.
It's that kind of thing. You can't unsee it after that. You can't unsee
I guess it's like, I guess that's like a saying, living between like being homeless and then being out there in comparison. Sure. Like I can vibe like, but to me, that's almost like the same way. Like I think we still have it due to homelessness. Like, I guess but even homelessness have more commodities than they have over there. I guess how you should see it, but then I don't know.
But I think with a Christian turn into a non-Christian as well, you've got to be angry about the amount of time and effort you spent.
Right.
If you turn from a Christian into a non-Christian, and you now think that it's all bullshit, you got to be angry about, how much time have I wasted on this, and it's bullshit, like. So that,
and then
you got to be angry about that, No.
Well, it comes a point where you have to take responsibility for the things that you believe, right?
Yeah.
Even the things you formally believe. I mean, I was never religious, but if I had a religious belief and it was a really atrocious one, I would go, I would have to own up to that, wouldn't I?
It's the other.
But what I'm saying is that's what all these things keep people believing, which is good in that respect because it keeps them grounded in what they believe, which is fine. But then it keeps them from seeing what's going on, the losing part of what the actuality of what's going on. Don't you see
it? To make an excuse to not take responsibility for this world or this life for the moment that they're living in. Oh,
yeah, but they're being contradictions are being pointed out, and they're just poo-pooing them and going on believing the way they believe, which is the way it's always been.
Well, yeah, if they're raised in that.
Yeah.
The other thing that's tough too is well, it's a blessing and a curse at the same time, depending on what form of Christianity you come from, but the traditional ideas of heaven and hell and afterlife. So, the blessing is, wow, I don't hell doesn't exist. I don't have to worry about judgment. I don't have to worry about worrying about people going there that I love. But the curse is, you give up heaven also. Because, part of the holding on to the belief is that you're going to be reunited with loved ones that, you care about in the afterlife, and that idea. So, yeah.
Well, the whole concept of heaven and hell is so ridiculous to me and so convoluted. It's just, I mean, an angel who used to obey God is cast out and becomes God's enemy and now rules in hell. And then he is going to torture people who go against God. Does that make any sense to anybody?
It doesn't now.
No.
Well, to me, it doesn't.
The more evil you are, the more Satan would like you. Like if you are the most evil person in the world.
So if I transgress against the Holy Spirit, I get sent to hell, right? And I'm going to hell because of the transgression. And Satan is part of hell because of his transgressions, right? So why would he torture me for my transgressions?
It's more. I think it's more or less like open prison, since considered like a prison. And some prisons there's no guards, so the inmates just run amok. and do whatever. So it's like mob rule. There's always some type of kingpin, I'd imagine. But who's to say?
Satan shouldn't want to torture you. He should be like, wow, hey, you did the same thing I did. All right, pal, come on in. Let's have a party.
There should be a big party. There should be a big party in hell.
I like the idea also of the allegory that heaven or hell are just facets for the future, and it's talking about having these things go on for the future of this earth. And again, it's what what we do with our generations, whether we make them or break them. If you want this place to be a heaven, the city in paradise, as it's referred to in Plato's allegory, the Plato's Republic, the city in speech. So if you want to get to that point, then you should follow these certain steps. If not, then it's going to be hell. And you're going to have a landscapes, and then it's going to be like Back to the Future, where there's a whole bunch of casinos everywhere, and it's turmoil. And guess what? There's a whole bunch of casinos everywhere.
So fucking loud. Why is he so loud?
Oh, well, sorry, I got closer to my mic.
Well, then we get back to what is actually metaphor
and
what isn't. What is metaphor and what isn't? Is it metaphor? Is hell a metaphor, or is it actual? Well, there's a problem because some say it's actual.
Exactly, that's.
I can use it as a metaphor, like our old dear friend Krishna, who used to speak of this, Hindu thought in a way. I mean, you don't have to be religious, but this idea of a higher mind or a higher way of thinking, or a lower mind or a lower way of thinking. If you remember, him used to talk about that, right? And that are states of mind. Heaven or hell. You choose your state of mind. Where you choose to live, and your thoughts. It's all about your thoughts and what you choose to entertain and act on.
Well, I think that may be a good thing. I mean, that may have spurred on a lot of what went on in the Bible, was because of man's own thinking and their mind, and their they think, oh, I'm doing horrible things. Oh, but I'm doing nice things too.
As a man thinketh.
So, that's the whole thing. If hell is a physical thing for people, and that's only fine and dandy for those who believe in a physical hell. That's a personal problem at that point. Because the idea of hell should only be a problem for people who actually think that they're going. If you don't think you're gonna go, then what's the problem? It's at that point you really are buying into the fairy tale.
Well, it's not so much a fairy tale at that point.
But from an atheist point of view, we're trying to work out what is actually correct. As an atheist, if I ask 10 Christians about what is hell and whether it's real or not, and I get 10 different answers, even if they were right, how the fuck do I work out which one of them is right? Which one of them is it? 5 of them will say it's a metaphor, hell doesn't really exist. 5 of them say that, yeah, it's a real place, you're going to burn forever. As an atheist, how the fuck do I work out? There's no way of testing it to find out who's talking bullshit. Do you know what I mean? It's really annoying.
Yeah. So there would be no reason to believe that, as far as I can see.
Yeah.
But that's from an atheistic point of view.
Yeah.
Because I don't use faith. I don't use faith in the same way.
Yeah. But you're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Just you're thinking right. So say you're right. Say the Christians are right. God exists. The Christian God exists. Does hell exist? And then you can ask 5 different Christians. You get 5 different answers.
Sorry.
Well, what the fuck do I do now?
I'm laughing because it seems funny. It sounds like talk of how to avoid hell when everyone should be thinking, well, how do I get to heaven? Right? Because that seems like the exact way. You should be concerned about going to heaven, not what the
think
fuck.
Better thoughts. You want to go to heaven? Think better thoughts.
Yeah, that's step 1, number 1. There you go. Actually, right? why are you even concerned with hell if that's meant for the pieces of shit? Unless you're just I can't get better, or I'm a piece of shit, or something like that. If it's supposed to be a place for the worst of the worst, why would anyone who's a decent person be any concerned? That's just a lot of, I think what Richard says, a lot of guilt trip and whatever on your own mind.
and you're psyching yourself out at that point.
It's a manipulation.
Well, that's another thing. It's the same thing. Like if you ask 10 different Christians, why would I be sent to hell? Some will say, well, if you're a bad person, you'll be sent to hell. Some say blaspheming the Holy Spirit, you'll get sent to hell. So we no one knows the rules. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's why you're worried about it, because you can ask 10 different people and get 10 different answers. So does it matter? Like Hitler could be in heaven, and Mother Teresa could be in hell because Hitler actually believed in God. He was a Christian. He was a Roman Catholic.
And don't you want to know if somebody's there before you go there?
Sorry.
Right? Like, you ever been invited to a party? You ever been invited to a party, and if there's certain people there, I don't really want to go because they're. I mean, and so I like to know if Hitler's over there, because maybe I don't want to go. Maybe I don't want to go to heaven.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, if Jill's in heaven, I definitely don't want to end up there. Yeah, I'll take hell. Thank you very much.
All the fucking imagine like all the what's it called, introverts. I think they're gonna be up in hell because they're gonna be too shy to be in heaven. They're gonna be like, you know what? I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be in heaven. I'll if anything, I'd end up there for being an introvert. Like, nah, I'll stay. At least it's warm. Year round warm.
So the name of this hangout is Saturday Open Pain live stream.
All right, I've just noticed this.
Are we talking about Thomas Paine? Thomas Paine?
No, I spelled it wrong. It should have been open panel. Okay, I've just seen that. All right, I'll fix that now.
Thomas Paine, P-A-I or A-Y-N-E?
I think.
Yeah, P-A-Y-N-E, I think. Not sure, but yeah.
His book, Age of Reason, was one of the first books that really made me question a lot of things in the Bible. Good book.
Yeah, and Cheeseburger, yeah, I've just changed it. It should have been open panel.
Why is it always the Bible that's a breaking factor? Is it because it always contains the Word of God, right? That's the big one. Why it always falls back to the Bible. That always gets in, like, messes with me.
I think a lot of it is due to the country that you live in, like the United States. Oh. Yeah, if you lived in, like, Afghanistan, I presume there will be a lot of argument between Muslims, and they will be discussing the Quran.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean, though. Why is it always going back to the books?
Because that's what people disagree about the most. That's where the arguments stem from. The books.
Plays a lot of influence in people's lives and their decision making, and could have influence on public policy. Yeah.
How does that work for people of the past that couldn't read or write?
Well, that's where tyrants ruled and dictators, because
and the church as well, like the Catholic Church, is very against Christian Catholics actually reading the Bible, because they don't want them to read the Bible. They want to preach to them certain parts of the Bible that they agree with. They don't want them to be literate. They don't want them to understand the Bible. They want to preach to them, which is, the
worst thing that can happen to the worst thing that can happen to Christianity was the printing press.
Yeah, and they fought against it a lot. You know what I mean? Yeah, they knew that would be true. Yeah.
Well, then again, now that the truth is out there, isn't that a good thing?
Just like the internet is the next phase, is the next wave. It's just like when the printing press was made and information was now more access to people, and they could read the Bible for themselves and stuff. Now you got even a bigger flood of information, more information, not just the Bible.
That's true, but information's not always a good thing.
I mean, there is useless information. What I hate seeing is that on every fucking piece of platform and media, everyone's always trying to get your goat and trying to sway you into believing something that is untrue, or making something like nothing's genuine. It's always fake reactions for views and policy and clicks. It's very rare to see things that aren't like, it's only like violent events that seemingly to be true in nature that aren't fake and real. Everything else is all just pampered and plush and pretty, and it's fake. And that's the problem, is that people are being misled with the internet. There's a lot of people, especially our younger generation, our goddamn kids, who are glued to the goddamn screens day and fucking night, man. They are gonna see all the shit.
I don't know if you've seen the latest new program out. I'm gonna do a hangout about this later on. And this is it is crazy. The new chat GPT chat fucking product they just came out with. In a couple of years, when this thing is perfected, anything you see, you will not know if it's real or fake. A fucking human being. They have got this down now. You just type in some freaking couple of sentences, just like you're doing now with your AI art, and they're making videos, these short videos. They look like you're right there. You can create anything almost. It's going to be perfected. And this is some scary shit. Go to Sam Altman, the guy who created GPT. Go to his X. If you have a account on X. Go to his thread, and he has some examples of these videos. Some of them are just animated, very simple, but some are getting really. They're getting.
I've seen some generated porn, and they're good.
Well, I was saying like more than 20 years ago, I was saying the way they're going to be making movies and entertainment is on a computer. People are just going to be sitting there typing. That's it.
Hollywood's out of fucking business.
Just like Jesus.
But look what it does to all the creative arts now. What about the writers? What about the artists, the graphic artists? About Hollywood? People will be able to make their own you can do it now eventually, but it's even easier. You're creating scenes just by text, like you were saying.
Well, look at me. I've worked on my graphics for many years to get to a certain level. I'm still not at a professional. I can be a professional, but all you have to do is go on a Chat GPT and do a little of this, and you're a graphic artist.
That's true, yeah. My kid, dude, I shit you not. Like with loops nowadays, musically, I was gonna do a stream about this, but it's kind of too personal. But I might still do it because it's amazing. My kid's taking a digital music class, right? He's like I think he's in 6th grade. He's either in 6th grade, and he's making pieces of music already, and he's learning about it, and it's all through loops. But the thing is, this shit is fire, and he's actually pretty good at doing it. I really want to share some of his pieces. And I told him, like, dude, did you know that I'm trying to do the same thing? I'm like, they make it so easy for them now. It's insane. And like, he's even like getting his little demo portfolio because the teacher's teaching him how to do all this stuff, and he's pretty good at it. It's insane.
Well, I was a traditional artist. I drew with pencil and paper and painted and sculpted. I did all those things, and I can still do them. And I do them digitally. Now I have everything I do now is digital, everything. I don't do anything traditionally anymore except for my model building. That's it. Everything else is transitioned over to digital.
Well, shoot, even model building, it's 3D printer.
Well, you still have to put it together, which is part of the thing. But yeah, it's becoming a clicky world now. You don't have to have a skill. You just have to know how to type. But that's what's coming to. I mean, just if you don't know how to type, you're kind of lost in this world.
It's crazy. Seeing the change is nuts.
We're getting old fast, boys. But you guys are keeping up. I'm not. Watch, I'm
just
gonna get
thinking like
replaced.
when like I'm a kid and my parents used to say, it's always the complaint of the younger generation. But now it's like, but with tech has exponentially grew, and it just makes those sayings, back in my day kind of thing. It's really, I don't know. It seems, I don't know. I mean, imagine people they're growing up now. They only know the internet. They're not growing up from a generation where, like, gee, all us here right before the internet happened.
Yeah, man, it's quiet out there. It was quiet out. Now it's just like
when the internet popped up, I was very wary of the whole thing. I was very, I wasn't really willing to jump on there, because of the implications.
Here we are.
And here we are now. It's nothing but internet. It's all
enjoying the blessings and the curses.
It's nothing but. It's all internet.
I'm going to have a new theory that the world is going to be run by Illinoisans, because there are more Illinoisans like online that I've seen. It's crazy. At least like around the neck of the woods. Like there's PJ, me, and Sir. It's so crazy. There's so many people from Illinois.
You're exactly right. There are a lot of people on the internet that are ill and annoying.
I remember, Talk. I keep on saying other time zones aren't real places. You gotta remember that.
Yeah.
Well, look at Australia. They're living in the future.
They are.
Not a conspiracy. They're not even real.
Yeah, everyone knows Australia doesn't exist. Everyone knows that. Welcome to.
Is that a worldwide conspiracy?
Yeah.
No, just the people that can get on planes.
Basically, any country that you haven't personally been to doesn't exist. I think that's the kind of.
No, I think a lot of them I've been to are also fake. They just took me up on a plane and drove me in a circle.
Yeah. It's just a backdrop.
Start getting to like Blade Runner territory. The people there don't exist. It's just all a bunch of replicas.
Yeah, I'm in one. Man. I'm in one big elaborate Truman show. Is what's going on.
It's all green screen. Flying in a plane, it's green screen.
Yeah, it's on green screen. There's no horizon. There's no horizon. That's just a green screen really far away.
You ever been to Disney? You see the rides there?
No, I have not.
You swear you're in space. You're flying around in space. They got it. Disney's got it done.
Everyone knows space doesn't exist. Space is just a place above the firmament where all the water is. Yeah, you deluded, Geo.
Yeah, it's one of those atheist lies.
Atheist lies.
That's good.
What the hell? It's like, I don't know. People say, a lot of people I don't think understand what atheism is. They connect it with Satan. A lot of religious people, for some reason.
Yeah, that's so stupid. Like if you don't believe in
God, you might as well be
Satan.
Satan. You don't believe in God, you might as well be Satan.
Yeah, but if you don't believe in God, you obviously cannot believe in Satan because God created Satan. How can you not believe in God but believe in a being that was created by the thing you don't believe in?
At that point, you become one of Satan and anointed because now you're against God. See,
God didn't create Satan. God created Lucifer. Lucifer created Satan by bad choice.
I forgot who it was that used to hang around and say it, but you're just lying in your unrighteousness.
Oh yeah, that's a common Christian thing. Yeah, in your unrighteousness. Yeah. denying the truth. That's what it is. I think the Bible says all atheists, all non-believers are just denying the truth in their own righteousness.
Yeah. Or the other one, the gospel is foolishness to those who are perishing.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is complete bullshit. Basically, if you don't believe
no, it's actually true. It is foolish.
Yeah, no, that's true, but yeah, it's basically saying if you don't believe this book, then you're a fool. If I wrote a book, I would say, yeah, if you don't believe me, you're just a fool. Do you know what I mean? It's just an obvious thing to say. It's complete and utter fucking bullshit.
Yeah, no one's ever considered that phrase. That just because the parish find it to be foolish, that doesn't mean they're wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
It could be foolish still.
Right. Yeah. Incorrect. Yeah.
What's the fallacy? There's a fallacy there.
Fallacy.
I don't know. It might be something along the lines of the fallacy.
No. Oh.
There is a fallacy there. I can't remember the name of it.
Oh, I thought you were testing us.
GL. No. Just asking.
Yeah.
You don't know. You don't know.
The closest thing I could think of is the fallacy, where it is assumed that someone's wrong because they found some flaw in something. Or it's assumed that a thing is wrong because you find a flaw in something. It could still be right. It could still be the thing that's thought to be.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. A fallacy doesn't make an argument wrong. It just makes it invalid. Yeah. So you can't say that it's true, but it doesn't necessarily, even if there's a fallacy in the argument, it doesn't make the argument wrong.
It's like a broken clock being right twice a day.
Yeah.
That's not quite what it is, but that's the closest thing I could come up with.
Yeah, I think you're right. I was trying to figure that out. So, yeah.
Sounds like the fallacy.
Yeah. It's like 140 fallacies.
The thing is that when you to convince others that these things are actually fallacies,
it's not a fallacy if I don't believe in logic, bitch.
Get it.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Checkmate, yes. Yeah.
Checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate.
Like what?
I reject logic, therefore I'm right.
We haven't even started the game.
Can you disprove that I'm wrong? No. Right.
How could there be a checkmate? We haven't started the game.
That's how superior their position is. All you have is one piece. They have the whole chessboard.
Oh boy. How fair is that?
Don't take it up with me. Take it up with Hash, bro.
Hash, bro.
Yeah, Hash, bro. Yeah. They're the one who made the game in the first place.
No. Wasn't Hasbro.
I know, I'm joking. It says it right on the box. What are you talking about?
It's a game company, yeah.
Hey, Bond, I was thinking an app, because Bond's a photographer, those who don't know, and he's at events. An app where that collects everybody's pictures at the event already, can refine them, and then create a whole storyline. The whole AI does it.
Yeah. There you go.
So that's only if everyone has the app, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, how hard would it be just to tell your guests to get an app, and then everybody takes pictures, and then
I don't know, man.
AI takes the best, refines them, and then puts them into some kind of video storyline or something.
Because then it has to look through like all my other pictures and stuff just to find the one that matched the event. Then it has to figure out which ones are the event. So it literally has to go through all my pictures because it doesn't know how many pictures I've taken for the event itself. Yeah, no dice. That's data collection. That's an invasion of privacy. No way.
Well, Ron says there's apps like that used at events.
Okay.
Have them for years. Yeah.
I guess they're already doing it anyway. Never mind.
Sure, he knows in his field.
Is Bond a professional photographist or an amateur photographer?
So he says, I don't know. I haven't seen any pictures yet.
So
He's never.
there was a magazine in the UK called Amateur Photographer, and it was basically like porn. Do you know what I mean? I don't know whether you had it in the US. Amateur Photographer.
Never heard of it.
No. Okay. Welcome, Paul Sops. Good to see you.
Talk room. Yeah, but it's not for photography, Pope.
Yeah, do you have a dark room, Bond? You're not a photographer. You don't have a dark. You're not a photographer. Okay.
Isn't that usually like the bathroom or the basement or something like that? You use the shower curtain to hang the pictures.
I would like to see some of you work on.
Yeah, no, he's scared of the dark. Oh, you will make a terrible photographer. You're scared of the dark. That could be a problem. How do you process all your pictures? Yeah, he's not a photographer. It's like Jill claiming to be a teacher. Not a fucking chance.
I actually have definitive proof that he is.
Well,
I actually do. He accidentally doxed himself one time on a stream, and
Yeah.
I immediately took it off because he doxed himself. We didn't know he was unmuted, or he unmuted himself thinking he muted himself, and he started talking and he doxed himself completely.
Yeah,
and so I took off the stream.
I don't think you understand me, but can you give us some indication as what he said?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's his business. Like I said, I don't want to get into legal ramifications of doxing and all that, so I take that shit seriously.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, I could show you. Bond says I could show you, but Bojo doesn't reply to emails, so I can't get back in the happy chat. And Bojo, no, you can do me a favor. If I give you my email, can you add me back to the happy chat, please? Please.
I'll submit your request to the council.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, and they will have to place a vote on it at the next meeting.
Fair enough.
Okay. Bond, I think, just left. Didn't you just left?
Who's that? Sorry, Bond.
Oh, he's calling you out.
Who's calling me out?
Bond.
Gio, don't I respond to messages, Gio? Gio?
Oh,
Gio?
no, Gio's taking.
Oh, he's right back. Okay. All right.
I deleted everything. Oh, no, you got to keep the receipts, Bond. You know what I mean?
Is his name come up still? I gotta see. So, here, I'm gonna give you a hint. Wild Heart, if you want. This is from X.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the comment section as well. This is the video. This is an example of the videos they're making. AI. This is now. Just imagine a couple of years when they.
Yeah, one sec. I've got a lot of stuff going on. I've got to switch to Firefox, go to the YouTube. One sec.
And Bond, where's Bond? Let's see if we can find Bond. Bond. James Bond.
Turn on notifications. No. Is this... Sorry, do you want me to play the video?
If you want, it's like 10 seconds. It should be on Sam Altman's thread.
Yeah, I've got it up. Just one sec. I'm switching between browsers. Takes a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no sound. What I can see.
No sound.
No. So. Oh, that was good. Is that
The
like
hand
mashed
waving
potatoes?
was a little bit weird.
Yeah, the hand waving you notice right away, but it's getting good.
Like I said, dude,
And
you should look at the porn.
Damn.
They perfected it almost on porn. I'm telling you, like AI porn is like usually the best. They're like, oh, you want to see some perfection? Shit.
What are women gonna do now? They can't. The one thing they can only sell is this sex, and then what are they gonna do?
You know what the worst thing? You know what the worst thing ever to see is for me is like when there's like you see like posts of people posting their OnlyFans and they're like discounting their own OnlyFans. Like you're discounting yourself. You're putting yourself at a discount. Like what the heck, man?
That's right.
You should be upcharging.
Now.
This has to be a meme. Like I'm foreseeing like OnlyFans girl, right? Modeling on one frame, and the next frame is just a nerd, like a dude at his computer, like making like perfect AI porn, and it's just the caption is "Men still do it better."
Taking away a whole market share.
There's been a trend of AI. I don't know if you guys heard about it. It's called, I think, the Sensible AI or something like that, where it takes girls who are in promiscuous positions and dress them like in appropriate clothing or attire, and put them in situation. And there's also this weird one that takes like mixed race babies and makes them like white and have a father in pictures to like mix with single women. I'm like, what? That's terrible.
I'm not. That has to be sex. What?
Yeah, they take a mixed race baby, like a white woman that had dated with someone who's a mixed race, and then they the AI puts it to where it's like the baby's white and there's a father in like the image.
So it's just assuming that she was like abandoned.
Right, it's terrible, and they're doing this to like random women, right? And that's like the worst thing. It's like, wow, but it's funny, I guess, to some. I don't think it's funny. But yeah, like AI is being used for like a lot of terrible shit too.
Oh, sorry, if I can briefly interrupt. Heretic is live. If anyone wants to check that out, don't know what he's talking about, but yeah.
Are you kicking us out?
I'm just refreshing. No, I'm not going over there. I'm just saying if anyone wants to check that out.
I didn't even know he had an account.
Yeah, I wanted to do a hangout. I was going to do a hangout later too, talking about this stuff and how, man, think about the effect it can have on elections and political propaganda, even more in the news. All these fake videos.
Oh yeah,
you start. Yeah, I mean,
January 6th never happened. It was all AI.
But question here,
you can just say that now.
Can it lead to solipsism? That's my thing. I get so scared. Can we get so scared? Everything is so fake. How can I believe anything? I'm the only thing that really I know exists. That is real.
That's what it leads to. Ultimately to solipsism, which is not good.
I think it's fantabulous. This whole AI thing. Where everything
if we're just making up words. If we're just making up words, then
there's an easy way to avoid it. You put your phone down and experience fucking life.
Yeah.
Oh,
the computer.
snap. Mic drop.
Mic drop.
Yeah.
Sir wins the internet. Yeah.
I say as I'm sitting on a chat room at noon on a Saturday.
Yeah, right? As you're in stream.
Right. Yeah.
A little bit hypocritical, but we'll like that.
But about people who are born, I mean, they grew up with, like we were talking earlier, grew up with nothing but the internet. That's how they're growing up. And every generation going on into this technology and what they're influenced by, And that's what I'm saying. If it gets to a point where you don't know anything's real and you're growing up in that, around people who don't even know what fucking is real, it's fucking crazy. I'm thinking it's like 50 years from now.
That's
Maybe
why
not
the
even
bus.
Confusing.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. You can see how that will become confusing at the very least. Yeah. Sorry, Tom. Go.
Oh, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Shit. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
She was hot though. That woman, you know, that grey-haired woman in the video. You know what I mean?
I think you're just desperate, Wild.
That could be it. Yeah.
But then again, you never know. It is an AI. It is an AI woman, so you never know underneath. She could be like a goddess, right? She's really cooked well. She's cooking a video, right?
And cooking gnocchi as well, which yeah, gnocchi.
Every guy can have a hot girlfriend now.
Yeah. She doesn't exist, but she's hot as fuck. Yeah.
Oh, she's on social media. Check her out. Yeah, check out her page. Check out my baby.
I guess the same thing. Like, do you think like if people take an AI persona is the same thing like they're doing with the what they call the cartoon voiceovers on YouTube that do the chat things, like with the face cam stuff? You guys know what I'm talking about? People who dress up and as a character online, and they have the face tracker, and it's like they're playing a character, anime character, or like a furry or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's kind of like AI-ish, but not like. Do you think that could be like a next step for people to use, like an AI as
using it on
themselves? But right, yeah, but that's true. It's all because of the porn. I like that one time. The internet was made.
Everyone can look beautiful doing porn now.
Everyone's gonna get catfished.
Oh yeah, but what it will be interesting to know what are the latest statistics on how much of the internet, what percentage of the internet is porn. I think it used to be about 60%. I don't know whether that's gone up or down or not.
Well, by
traffic?
By traffic or like by volume?
Oh yeah, either or.
Oh, you got Google.
I think it used to be about 60%, but yeah, I'm not sure.
How much of a day do you spend watching porn?
I don't really watch porn anymore.
Oh.
I think I'm getting old. Yeah.
There you go. There's your answer. So the older generations don't watch porn anymore, while the younger ones are always mindful or something like that.
All right. So with the average age of the population getting older, it should go down. Yeah.
Actually, depending on the generation, they might get more promiscuous as they get older.
Yeah, that could happen as well. Yeah.
30% of the space is porn. Only 4% of searches on computers is pornography. But on phones, it's up to 20%.
Yeah, that will be.
Yeah, you got to remember, like the generations that came after me, they stopped learning how to use computers and started using their cell phones.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Welcome, DT. Good to see you, man. Thanks for joining.
DT. There's something I was super wrong about.
Good morning, afternoon.
That actually seems like a natural order of things. You shouldn't put porn on your computer anymore. You should have porn on your phone, because it's more personal to have a cell phone, while the computer is more like a desktop place, depending on it, like a workplace. You really don't want to mix the two. Phone is more personal, so that's more technically allowed.
Yeah, or you end up like
Right. But where are you masturbating where you need a phone? Do you know? Do people often
the
masturbate
fucking train? Where else?
Train. Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, that goes with it. Yeah, I've seen that a couple of times.
You need an
That's
army.
why they have the jerk off cart. Don't you remember?
Jerk off cart.
Why do you think everything sticks to the train? Why do you think it's never clean?
They have toilets in trains though, so you could just go to the toilet and do it. You know what I mean?
No. Everyone waits for the train to go through that one dark spot. And then you just hear all the noises.
Yeah,
and then everyone's gone and it comes on the outside. Yeah.
Yeah.
You come out to the tunnel.
Comes the tunnel. Train going in the tunnel.
Yeah. It's all moaning and one really deep grunt. Just.
Oh, this is a good suggestion, I think. Nerdy rodent. Just
we go
have
back
one
to the cave times.
tattooed on the inside of your eyelids. That could work.
I get
Just
boring
pick your
after a while.
favourite bit of porn, have it tattooed. Yeah, right free.
I get boring after a while.
Yeah.
A mini screen.
I wonder, like, hold up, guys. I just had a fucked up thought. You know those eye boogies that you get? I wonder if those like little floaty thingies, if they like reproduce sexually, and like you ever like catch two of them like in the act, so like you're physically having something like fucking on your eyeball. You've seen it. It's there. That'd be magic.
I'm thinking cyberpunk though. You just have screens implanted into your eyelids.
Oh shoot!
That's how you stay. Yeah.
Right, so we started off the stream talking perfectly sensible theological stuff with Jim Madsen, and we deteriorated into eyelid porn. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and just tunnels.
It's gone downhill. That's all I'm saying.
Well, maybe let's see how we can connect them now.
Yeah.
Well, hold up, because in that theological talk, there was discussion of sex and the phrase of "oh God" coming up, so it has come full circle if you think about it.
Yeah.
There you go. See?
Yeah.
God and sex separated by 1 degree.
Yeah.
I mean, with the understanding God knows everything. God knows everything, right? Maybe the Bible is just one big metaphor for sex tunnels and eyelid porn.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe the Bible is the best porn mag ever written. Do you know what I mean? That's one way to look at it.
No.
There's a project change popular Bible stories into porn stories. Porn.
Although to be fair,
there'd be a lot more pizza delivery.
There is quite a lot of porn in the Bible. I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's already pretty graphic.
Yeah.
Songs. Yeah.
The songs,
if you're jerking off to the things in the Bible, I don't think we could be friends.
Yeah, it's not the first thing I would go to jack off to, but you know, it might well keep you desperate, I suppose.
I mean, if you want to commit sacrilege, like if there is a God you want to spit in his face, then you might want to jack off to things in the Bible, right? Because then you're just rubbing it in.
Although with the thin pages, do you know what I mean?
Get it, rubbing it in.
That could get tricky. You know, with the thin page, yeah, if you're jacking off to the Bible, those pages would stick together very easily.
I mean, look at the Jews. The Jews were getting their rocks off all the time. Look at all that stoning. Come on.
Yeah, homosexuals should be stoned. It just helps. That's all I'm saying. I'm on the new StreamYard account. I've not got all my drops and stuff. I was gonna honour that with the comment of the day. Today's phrases are sex, tunnel, and eyelid porn. Nice.
Who else? Donnie Thomas.
Yeah. Today's program was today's program was brought to you by sex, tunnel, and eyelid porn, and the letter Q. Come on, no one remembers Sesame Street?
No.
No? Okay.
Is that still on Sesame Street?
I think so.
I would imagine so. Yeah. I think that's a...
How can you kill Big Bird?
I like the guy, what was it in the trash can? Not Elmore, the other one.
It's almost the only thing liberals have left to programming. No.
Oh, they don't call. I don't think they call him Big Bird anymore.
I have no idea. I don't.
Is it Oscar? Is it Oscar that's in the trash can?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Oscar the trash can.
Yeah.
That took me a minute.
Yeah.
Isn't Big Bird Yellow Bird now or some shit like that?
I guess maybe.
I don't know. I have to go.
Snoop Dogg was Dandelion at one point in time.
Fucking look. I wouldn't know these things. I know. It's
Like
something
I
heard in the
don't know.
past.
Like you could take. I don't know how you could take Big Bird as an insult, but it seems like just calling someone by the color of their exterior is a little racist.
I mean, he was tall and he was a bird, so I don't know how you can argue with Big Bird. Like he was a big bird.
It's like it's like if Joseph came in here and I said, "Hi, black guy."
Yeah. Yeah, it's not an insult if it's true.
Well, the question is, why are you saying it like that?
That's a slippery slope argument. It's not an insult. It's true. All right, then, there. Oh, I would. I'm devilish, though.
Oscar's in therapy.
Yeah, has he got
that doesn't make no. Oscar was supposed to be grouchy, so you could learn lessons about being grouchy.
How to deal with grouchy people.
Right, but putting him in therapy destroys the whole educational value of the program.
Yeah. He might be better off mentally, but he'll lose his job if he no longer works here. Yeah, they wouldn't employ him anymore.
I don't know what he'd be like. Need therapy for. He has like a bitchin' ass pad too.
It's not. There's actually a Muppet Wiki.
Well, he probably had hundreds of them by now. So.
Yeah.
What was that, Bojo? Sorry, I missed that. Did you mention the Muppets?
Muppet Wiki, because I'm trying to find out information if this Big Bird was changed or was this something.
I think.
Okay.
I think the only way you can make any movie better is by making it a Muppet movie. Do you know, like A Christmas Carol? Brilliant film, but a Muppet Christmas Carol. Do you know, like 10 times better?
It was, yeah. I liked it too.
Yeah.
Especially like the little kid Dratso Gibbs. He's like, he finds it so random. Yeah, that was a good one. I just saw that one for like the first time this Christmas actually.
Yeah, no,
past Christmas. Yeah.
You're a doctor now? Dr. Hibbert? You're a doctor. Who's a doctor?
Yeah, my email. Yeah, I'm quite proud of that. No, you know The Simpsons? Dr.
No.
Hibbert.
I don't watch it. No, I don't watch it.
No. Oh, yeah, Dr. Hibbert is the black doctor that always is always.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just one of my many 50 Gmail accounts, just random. Yeah. But that's the one I use for Google Chat. Yeah, Muppet The Shining. It might not always work. Muppet Terminator might not be.
No, I think that'd be great. Just redo all those like 70s and 80s horror films and action movies.
Yeah.
Like Muppet Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah. That would be the best. That would make gross money.
Yeah, to be fair, Bob. Yeah, Miss Piggy was a bit of a bitch. Do you know what I mean? Like leading Kermit. Oh no, was it Kermit that liked her and she didn't like him? Or yeah, she was always kind of fucking him off. Yeah.
Do you guys do a Kermit voice?
Nope.
No.
I kind of can. I'm not good at it anymore. I used to be better when I was a kid.
I used to do a really good Mark Hamill playing Joker. I can't do it anymore either.
I can't do imitations. Damn it. Scotty.
He jinxed with his pinky extended. He's royalty.
$1 million.
To be fair as well, they did have some really cool guests on the Muppets. I think Alice Cooper was on there. Or Ozzy Osbourne. Do you know what I mean? When they got guests on, they were like really cool.
Or Sharon Osbourne.
Really cool ones.
It's not easy being green.
Turn the freaking frogs gay. Oh no, that's something.
Do you understand me?
And there he says he can do an imitation by Rennick.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, get on here. Let's see it. Come on.
Yeah.
Everybody, turn your volume down.
Yeah, you need to back that up. No, they wouldn't. I need to see that now.
What's he doing? He doesn't come here anymore, does he? Or what's the deal with him?
The liberals took him and tied him up. He's too busy fighting them off.
I mean, I don't see him hanging out anywhere.
No, I've not seen him for ages.
Well, he's banned from the cafe.
What?
He's banned from the cafe. He's on the cafe blacklist.
Oh, the poor guy.
Yeah.
Well,
you know the world's upside down when Wild Heart behaves better than Ironic.
Yeah, something's gone. Oh no,
Something's gone terribly right.
But yeah, no, when you mention Ironic, no.
The other way around.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
It could be correct.
He'll get over his type 2 TDS. Yeah.
I'm not transphobic, homophobic, racist,
or sober.
Oh, no.
How about that? Wild Heart is acting more sober-minded than Ironic.
I'll go with that.
Well, how do we know that Ironic was sober every time he was online?
No, he was always stoned as a man. It depends what you call sober. If you just mean alcohol, then yeah. But if you mean being off his head on fucking weed,
What if he's just really good at drinking his liquor?
Maybe.
Yeah.
It could be.
That could make sense. Actually, he did talk an awful lot of bullshit. To be fair.
One thing is true: he's a very angry person.
Yeah. I know one thing. I think he stopped coming to mind because I muted him. So that's another thing too.
Oh yeah, he does get very upset at that. I put him backstage once. Yeah, and when I let him back on, he went fucking mental. You know.
Well, if he would stop screaming and interrupting, maybe he wouldn't get muted.
Yeah.
Well, what you see, you don't understand is that, and then he goes on.
Do you think he?
Now listen here. Now listen here. See, that's ironic.
Do you think he thinks he's misunderstood or something?
Maybe he just feels he's the underdog.
I'm sure he thinks. I'm sure he thinks he's a perfect gentleman, and everyone just misunderstands him. I mean, he's wrong, but I'm sure that's what he thinks.
I think it's a mixture. I think sometimes he thinks he's being misunderstood and he's acting correctly, and I think other times he thinks people are just out to get him.
Well, I think it's what Richard said earlier to me in the debate. If you're gonna stand on a hill, you gotta stand on a hill. I think he's also just standing on his hill. That's kind of how I have cross on my hill.
Well, it's... You ever hear a hamburger hill?
That sounds
yes.
Yeah, they stood on that hill.
Oh yeah, wasn't that during the war or something? Something to do with the war.
Yeah, and they got turned to hamburger. So,
yeah.
There you go.
Now I'm hungry. Now I have to get something.
Yeah, that makes me hungry.
I haven't eaten all day.
Hamburger.
All right,
Cheeseburger. There you go. Make it better.
I'll step away just in case someone else wants to come in. I'm gonna go eat, take a shower, probably do a hang later on AI and solipsism. So
cool. Cheers, Roger. Thanks a lot.
See you, bro.
yeah, I'll listen from the outside. See you later.
Yeah, so if anyone does want to join, the link is inside chat.
It's pinned, right?
Yeah, this is a basic account, so there is one spot available. I forgot about that.
You little basic bitch.
Is there an upload? Is there an upload limit to basic?
I'm not sure because this is also a new StreamYard account with a new so I've not got any of my intros or anything loaded up.
Oh, okay.
I had to start because I used my limit up on the old one. I had to create a new account on StreamYard.
I think it was 200 megabytes file size.
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
I gotta go. I might be back. My kids, I think they're fighting. I'll be back.
Flying elbow.
Cheers, up.
Kids are fighting.
I think my dad handled me fighting perfectly.
Yeah, by kicking your ass.
Yeah. Basically, it was. I got home. He came out of the house, took his shirt off. Get ready for a fight. He says, if I start a fight at school, I'm going to lose a fight. So either I lose the fight I picked, or I come home and lose a fight to him.
Yeah.
Slim choice.
Yeah.
It's kind of a slim choice.
What about if someone else started a fight with you and you just fought back?
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Just don't fight.
Yeah. Basically, if you start a fight, you're going to get your ass kicked either way. So don't start fights.
My father got really angry at me once because I got my ass kicked, and I came home and he says, I was crying and everything, and he said, just go kick that kid's ass, okay? And I went, okay. And the rest is history.
It is true about bullies, though. Like, I got bullied a bit in school, and if you do fight back, they do stop. Even if you don't win the actual fight, they will stop picking on you because they're easier targets. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're
like I fought back. Like, you know what I mean? I lost the fight, obviously, but yeah, they did stop.
Well, you just did it wrong. Almost anyone can beat a bully in a fight. You just have to come at them from nowhere and be the craziest monkey.
Yeah.
That's how little Italian guys go out and break kneecaps. They just surprise and then really crazy.
Yeah. Are you saying I wasn't sneaky enough?
Yeah, pretty much. Make the bully afraid you're around the corner. Oh, sorry, Gio.
That's all right. I was going to say I've never been bullied. I've experienced people who tried bullying, but because they mistaked kind and meekness for cowardice and frail, and they saw that as a weakness and didn't recognize that that's not really a weakness. So just because someone is meek and mild mannered doesn't mean that they're frail and they can't protect themselves.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you won't turn around and kick their ass. Basically.
Exactly right. So you really don't know. So
yeah,
I never really had a bully. A girl tried to bully me once, then I fucked her sister.
A girl.
Yeah, I wish I'd have thought of that. Fucking.
I had a girl bully me, and I thought it was so funny. I just could not contain myself, and I was just a kid, and I was laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing. I did not take it seriously at all. She wanted to meet me somewhere and fight. I'm like,
oh, but
I had the same reaction back then that I'm having now.
I've seen that happen a few times where girls try to get guys to fight them, and It's like girls. I don't know if they know or they don't know. I can't tell because it's a lose-lose proposition.
Yeah.
It's come fight me, and if you beat me up, well, congratulations, you beat up a girl.
Yeah.
And then of course, if
Wow.
they win, then you got beat up by a girl.
How fun is that? You know?
Yeah, you can't win in that situation.
And then you're known as the guy who beats up girls.
Yeah. Although to be fair, like with children, I don't think the difference between male and female really kicks in until maybe like
Until
10 or
puberty.
12.
Yeah, it's still puberty.
Yeah. So they're fairly evenly matched. Do you know what I mean? Until then. Which makes you wonder why there aren't more like fights between, like midget wrestling or midget boxing. Do you know what I mean? Why doesn't that? Because it's fair. At least it's fair. Do you know what I mean? Like under 10s, male against
Because
female.
little kids fight all the time. They just it's just never anything serious.
Yeah. It doesn't get promoted enough, is what you're saying.
It doesn't get promoted enough. It needs billing, is what you're saying.
Well, he can a kid can only escalate so far, you know. I mean, what are you gonna do? Unless the kid has access to a gun. And then,
Yeah.
Then you're like, uh-oh.
I was mostly homeschooled, but I do part days. Like I think 4th grade was my first year that was part day. And we get on the playground at recess, and some kid would go Power Rangers, and then all the boys would start kicking each other's ass.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it happens. It's just all stupid.
Did they have all the latex suits and everything? Like the Power Rangers?
No one had suits. Just all the kids like Power Rangers. Which I didn't get because I like Batman.
Well, dodgeball was the thing when I was a kid.
Mm.
Yeah.
You know dodgeball, right?
Yeah, we had dodgeball.
Yeah, I was great at dodgeball. I loved it. I would just take out all my frustrations. And I would just attack people ruthlessly, man. It was fucking. I mean,
that's what we
it was great.
Our PE teachers are like our like weight training coaches and stuff. In high school when we played dodgeball, they just always excused the girls from playing if they didn't want to play. Because we used one of those like rubbery bouncy kickballs, right? And it softened the blow a little bit, but the boys would throw those things so hard they would whistle.
Wow.
Yeah, that hits you. It can hurt, especially if it hits you right in the face.
Actually, interestingly, the PE teacher at my school was so old that he actually taught my dad. He was the same PE teacher at the same school. So he taught my dad, both my brothers, and me. Do you know what I mean? Like 40 years.
I had one of those. Yeah, my middle school PE teacher was my mother's PE teacher.
Yeah.
I loved it when people would come at you with the dodgeball and they think they're gonna get you. They throw the ball and you just catch it. Yeah. Love that.
Oh, but yeah, they started working those in like at my last year of high school. It was like those little, they're just like foam. They're like half the size of a kickball and they're nothing but foam. They're not.
Oh yeah, I ate those. Yeah, I ate those.
You're not even playing dodgeball anymore.
Yeah,
it ruined the game.
Yeah,
it's about being brutal.
Yeah, dodgeball for pussies. I call it.
You don't understand. Guys have to beat each other up. This is just a safe way of doing that.
Yeah.
Comparatively safe. I mean,
yeah, it's mostly safe. Theoretically, someone can get hurt, but
I've seen some pretty good bloody noses. That's about it.
Yeah, and then that guy came, through life, had better character.
Threw a bop in the nose with a ball.
Look, you give me a 13-year-old boy, and one punch in the nose later, I will show you a 13-year-old man.
Well, I always enjoyed the game, and I've got hit in the face with the ball, so I know what it feels like. And I still came back. I still came back and went back to the game. So, what does that say about me? A bit of a sadist, I guess.
Right, Bond has a question. Oh, not a question. We played Smear the Queer often.
Yeah, queer.
I'm interested. I've never heard of that. What's that?
We would play it, but we would always got in trouble, so we had to pretend that we were doing something else. Think, if you've never played it, think American football, except for whoever catches the ball is now on their own team by themselves.
Right. So everyone
then chases the person with the ball.
Well,
Which
that
means you
game...
have to voluntarily accept being tackled by everybody.
Well, the game Pile On. There's like two teams of like 6 players, and then one team forms like a horse, and then the other team runs from a distance and jumps on top of them to try and knock them down. And you keep going. One team keeps going until the horse is what they call the horse is knocked over, or they hold everyone on. That's a brutal game too, man. Because you're trying to knock them over. They're holding on to like each other's waists, like bent over. So you're jumping on their backs, and there's no rules. You can punch them and kick them and hit them, but once you're on, you can't do anything. You're on. But you could smash down on them as hard as you boom and just jump. That's a brutal game too.
I'm just thinking with Smear the Queer. I mean, that wouldn't be allowed nowadays. I can't think that would be politically correct. Smear the Queer.
I never heard that.
Well, it's even when I was in school, and saying whatever you wanted was way more accepted in society in general.
Yeah.
Everyone knew that the game was called Smear the Queer.
Yeah.
But we would never say it.
Yeah.
So what's the other name?
There was a bunch of things like reverse football, Chinese football.
I don't know.
Something plus football. Everyone knew that you were talking about Smear the Queer.
It wasn't football. I played flag football. That's it. And regular high school football. I didn't play any other kind of football.
Well, the school I went to was a big rugby school. They wouldn't play football at all. It was just like every PE lesson was just rugby. You play rugby, which I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't say rugby. Smear the Queer is rugby, but the person that catches the ball is on his own team.
Oh yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
I'm sure you already understood that, but that's probably the better way to say it.
Yeah. And why rugby is much more of a proper sport than American football, because American football is just rugby in fat suits. Do you know what I mean? All the protection. It's just it's a knockout kind of thing. Just rugby with
Yeah, it's just the average football player.
Yeah.
Is like 100 pounds heavier and like 6 inches taller than a rugby player.
It's a different game entirely, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know I brought this up before, but it shouldn't be called football. American football should not be called football because you never use you kick. I know punts and field goals, but that's like 1% of the game. Do you know what I mean? It's either running or passing, but you never use your feet. You shouldn't be allowed to call it football.
But look,
when,
like the thing is, it's all your fault. It's not our fault. When we were British, what you call football was called soccer. So we kept the term soccer because it was the same term you used. And then you just fucked off and changed the name of it to football. and then we were stuck with soccer, and then we had a new game. What do we call it?
Football.
Football.
It should be called handball, really. You know what I mean? Because you're either carrying the ball or you're throwing the ball. So a more logical name for it should be handball. Because
It
you're
should be
using your
called
hands.
Better Than Soccer, is what it should be called.
Better than...
That's it.
Well, I don't think there's too many people out there lobbying for a change, so it's pretty secure.
Yeah.
The name is gonna stick.
Which is disappointing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
Oh, that's upset Bond, I think.
Yeah, come and change it. Yeah.
Come and change it.
Come and change it.
Yeah. Come and fight me.
Need the files first. Gotta put the files, the football files together.
There was this one game that we played in school when I was fourth grade, I think. Yeah, when it was elementary school. That it really, like, it's hard to call any game like 6, 7, 8-year-olds that are playing is brutal. But if you sit down and think about it as an adult, it seems kind of brutal. Just the rules.
Yeah.
Right? You split the kids in half. They go to opposite sides of the gym, and then they just run headfirst to each other and try to knock each other over.
Yeah.
And then the people that fall down have to stay on the ground.
Wow.
And then people from the opposing team have to grab a hold of them and try to drag them away. And if you drag them across your line, you get a point.
Yeah. That's
So
actually
basically, it's kicking each other's ass and then kidnapping each other.
Hey, if it takes up a space of an hour, you're good.
Yeah. Kids bounce. Young kids bounce. They'll be fine.
Yeah. Soft
Never
heads.
heard of that game.
Yeah, I think it was called. Oh, it was Car Lot. That's what it was. There were car crashes, and then the people after the car crashes were tow trucks. That's what it was.
Fucking hell.
Well, we played pile on the rabbit, but someone would be designated the rabbit, and then you just pile on. I don't know how much fun that is, but
I'm with Bond. American cheese, best cheese.
American cheese.
Yeah, but no, this again, Americans. What are you thinking? You put cheese in a can in an aerosol, like spray cheese. What are you thinking? Do you know what I mean?
That's just for convenience sake. But we're talking about the little slices of cheese.
The slice. Oh yeah, I do like them. Yeah.
There's a guy. I saw a video on a guy. He proved that American cheese is actually cheese.
Yeah, it is actually cheese. I mean, it's mostly cheddar. It's
mostly cheddar.
Yeah. I forget what it's a. They mix it with another cheese and something else, and I don't remember what it is.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's mixed in, but it's mostly cheddar and some other cheese. I don't know what it is.
It's perfect for hamburgers.
Actually, no, because
Yeah,
I'm sure this is one of those things where to be called cheddar cheese, it actually has to come from Cheddar, which is a place in the UK. If it's not, like champagne, you can only call something from Champagne in France champagne.
Yeah, but that's one of those weird European things, right? America doesn't give a shit about that.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Well, if you take the cheese from cheddar, and then you take cheddar cheese made here in America, and you put them together, is there a difference? Maybe.
It's probably not. Like the making of it. It's like a legal thing. Like legally, you can't call it cheddar because it hasn't come from cheddar. Do you know what I mean? It's not. They're probably exactly the same.
Well, ever hear of domestic Swiss cheese?
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Did you guys ever play Fuck the Slow Kid?
No.
Wow. That sounds fun.
Never played that game. knowingly.
Native Audience says, once you mix plastic with cheese, it's no longer cheese. I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. It's like
I
American
think we're
pizza.
all in agreement on that one.
Oh, yeah, but no DT. I want to go back to, what was it? Footless Law Kid. How does that work?
Pretty much just like it sounds.
Yeah. I was hoping it wasn't, to be fair, but yeah.
Not many rules in that game, is there?
Nope.
Yeah.
There's only one rule: don't be the slow kid.
Yeah, don't be the slow kid.
I know Wild Heart has an accent, but that was the first time it ever confused me. Thomas said, "Fuck the slow kid," but when Wild Heart said it, all I heard was "Footless Locket."
Fuck the slow kid.
They get the Footless Locket.
Footless Locket. Footless Locket. Yeah, fair enough.
Hide from the cops. I played that game a few times.
Yeah.
Successfully.
Yeah, I'm terrible at that game, obviously.
We played this game when I was a Boy Scout. It's called snipe hunting, and you get a group. Huh?
No, yeah. Okay.
Well, you get a group of kids, however many, 5, 6, whatever, and you tell them we're going to go on a snipe hunt, and you don't tell them what a snipe is. You just tell them it's out there somewhere. Go get it.
It's a little bird, isn't it? A snipe.
Well, it could be whatever.
Little bird. Yeah.
But the kids just go out looking for, and they'll figure out what a snipe is on their own.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll catch one.
And then they come back with all the dead critters in the woods.
I doubt it.
They couldn't remember which one it was, so we just brought them all.
Yeah.
Keep them busy.
You got badgers, rats. Just bring them all back.
Or we'd send them out looking for left-handed smoke shifters to set up in the camp, so the smoke will go in another direction from the campfire. So we send them. We'll go like the camp. There's a bunch of people out camping, right? It's a Boy Scout camp, so there's like lots of people camping. We say to go around and look and search throughout the camp and see if anyone has a left-handed smoke shifter because we need one.
Oh yeah, they do that in the building trade when you're an apprentice.
Oh, they do that to you too?
They'll send you for stupid things that don't exist. They'll send you to like houses, just like domestic houses. Go to this house and ask them if they have a, like say, a left-handed something that a left-handed hammer or something. Do you know what I mean?
And you out for some flat-headed nails.
Yeah.
Some flat-headed nails.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah. That happened to me a few times.
My favorite's still headlight fluid.
Blinker fluid.
Yeah.
They did that in the service too.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
There's a reticle. Reticle's the crosshair inside the when you look through the telescope. I guess is what it is.
Yeah.
And there's different reticles, different crosshairs for different rounds, and one of them is tilted at a certain angle because of the nature of the round and the kinetics of it all. I don't know why, but it's supposed to be tilted slightly. And some new guys, they look through the sight and they remark, "Oh, look, it's crooked." Like they don't understand why it's tilted.
Yeah.
And then we go, "Oh no!" And let me look, and I look and, oh shit, it is.
Yeah, go get a new one.
What
have
you
to go
do?
up.
No, it has to be followed by what you do.
Yeah, you step over to the motor pool, go to the office, and ask them if they have a We have a crooked reticle. We need a straight one. Can you give us a straight one, please? And then they go, oh yeah, no, you can get that. Joe got them in stock over in B Company down the road. You could get them down. Everybody knows that this is a joke, so they just keep sending him or her all over the place, and they never. And then they come back. You know, the reticles are not in stock anymore, or they come back with some stupid excuse for not finding a reticle. It's mean, but that's people who are in the way. People get in the way. Like in the military, if you have people who are constantly in the way, they're like not helping and they're just getting in the way, that's what you do to them. You send them to do stupid shit and get them out of the way.
That's the same in the building trade, yeah. Like if you're just starting out in the building trade, you're more trouble than you're worth. Do you know what I mean? When you don't know what you're doing and they have to tell you and explain everything, they end up just saying, fuck off and do something stupid, just so you're not me. Yeah, so okay. Bond says update. Brojo still didn't reply to my second email, probably because I'm Mexican. Oh, I didn't know Bond was Mexican.
Yeah, Brojo's racist. You didn't know that?
Yeah. Sorry, Brojo.
No, you're not. Or are you? I don't know. I can't speak.
Stop inviting your uncles and cousins up here. He'll probably forgive you.
Whose uncles? What's outrageous? Outrageous. You know that guy Jesse Lee Peterson? He made a thing out of saying beta.
Yeah.
I think there should be a thing. Someone should come up with a thing instead of beta. Data.
Yeah. Is that where Jill got it from then? Because he always says that as well. Jesse Lee Peterson. Yeah.
You know, I would like to see a conversation between Jesse Lee Peterson and Jill. I wonder how that would work out.
Mm.
What would they talk about? What do you think they would?
I wouldn't like to see that. I very much would not like to see that. Neela said I hate them both. Jill's not too bad as well, but don't like the Jesse Lee Peterson guy.
Imagine the conversation between Jill and Jesse Lee Peterson.
I haven't done a dive on Jesse Lee Peterson, but I honestly can't decide whether he's mentally slow or secretly a genius.
Yeah, just keeping it quiet.
Because every time I think someone says something to him, I think, okay, he's probably going to have a problem with that. He's fine, handles it fine. And then he'll go start playing. He'll have his little retard act that he does. And then it was like, are you stupid? I don't know. I can't tell.
Well, he has a lot of people behind him pulling the strings, doing the work and stuff. He just is the presenter kind of in a way.
Yeah, it takes 100 people working to make someone look that stupid, is what he's saying. He has a big team behind him to make him look that stupid.
Yeah, I know. But it's the same game. It's always been the same game. It's never changed. It's the same game all from the beginning. Since he came on the scene. It's the same game, same thing, whatever it is. It's so incredulous, though. It's like every time I listen to him, my jaws drop. My jaw goes on the floor. I'm like, what did he just say? And then he malimes his own people, his own race, right? He does that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's not maligning them because of their race, though. So you gotta be careful. He's calling them stupid, but he's calling them stupid in the sense that it's actually their fault.
I mean,
But,
don't you want to? That's like the opposite of what you want to do.
Well, it depends.
I guess it does depend, but I mean, when would it depend?
Well, if it's a big chronic problem, right? Let's just say he's right, because that's what he's thinking it is.
Let's
The
say
only
he's right. Is that what you said?
Yeah, let's assume he's right, so you understand his actions.
We could try.
Right. If he is right, he is doing the right thing, or trying to do the right thing anyway. Because the only way to fix a big chronic problem like that is to get the people that are causing the big chronic problem to see that it's a big chronic problem.
Doesn't he always ask people about their mother or something? He he has people something about how like you're a mother's boy or something. I don't know how he phrases it.
Yeah, a woman's boy. Yeah.
Like you're raised by a woman, and so you don't know what it means to be to be a man or to raise a family.
Yeah,
He's like,
it's like the same thing as calling them beta. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you're a mum's
right.
boy. You're not a real man.
It's the same
Yeah.
thing.
There you go.
And nerdy always assumes nerdy is right. Well, that's I guess
I've noticed that, to be fair.
better you assuming it than me, I guess.
But I think everyone assumes they're right, because if you didn't think you were right, you wouldn't have the belief in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, everyone thinks they're right about everything. Otherwise, you would change your mind and not believe the things. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I think
Like,
people
you can't believe you're wrong about something and still hold that position. Do you know what I
No,
mean?
people do. People know there's certain things they believe. Like we just talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
About how people believe things, and then you could see the cogs rolling when you bring up the contradictions.
Yeah.
Right?
But that's like subconscious. I know what you're saying. Like we were talking about, I think they know they're wrong on some level, but it's not a conscious. You can't consciously believe that you're wrong about something and still hold that belief. I don't think that's possible. You know what I mean?
Can I run through some of his greatest hits here? I have a short list.
Oh, Jesse Lee Peters.
Yeah.
I was
In
gonna go smoke a
2005.
cigarette.
In 2005.
I could still hear. Wait, I could still hear. So I'm gonna go and smoke a cigarette. I'll be right back.
In 2005, he suggested that most African Americans stranded in New Orleans during the Hurricane Katrina were relying on the government to save them. He's complaining about them being stranded by a hurricane. In 2012, Peterson said about black unemployment, one of the things that he would do would be to take all black people back to the South and put them on the plantation. They need a good hard education in how to work. He called the Nelson Mandela an evil man and said South Africa was better under apartheid. In 2020, he called the U.S. President Donald Trump the Great White Hope.
Yeah, I mentioned towards genius at that point. Do you know what I mean? I don't know whether he's stupid or not, but yeah, to come out with that and get away with it, that's got to be some kind of genius.
No,
You
it's
know what I
just,
mean?
like he says crazy shit, but that's not why I can't tell if he's stupid or not, because smart people say crazy shit all the time.
Yeah.
It's the look on his face and the way he says some things really slow.
Yeah.
That makes me feel like he's just mentally slow. Like he sounds like he's stupid.
Yeah.
I think he's had some sort of brain injury or something. What it seems like to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he always seems to know exactly what to say to troll and piss off the person he's talking to, which is a thing that smart people do. So that's why I'm confused.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Right.
Yeah, but what DT said, sounds right. He could be really smart, like in his brain, but like the speech patterns and that, if he's had some kind of brain injury, he could come across as like not being able to express it. Do you know what I mean? That could be it. Yeah. Yeah, he spent 10 years in RADA to learn that.
Let's see. He called Black Lives Matter. He compared Black Lives Matter to the Ku Klux Klan.
Nice.
He called Andrew Tate a communist. Does anyone remember Andrew Tate? Or not Tate? I said Andrew Tate. Andrew Yang.
No.
Couple of American
No.
election ago, he was the universal basic income guy that was running for president. Asian. Yang, I mean Yang. Asian.
Yang.
Yeah, you'll probably recognize him if you saw a picture of him. Let's see.
So, change of topic slightly. I was on a stream the other day with mainly black people, and one of the topics was, I don't know whether it's a big story in the US, but a mother got charged and they had to go at her for, like, she had advertising on her car for OnlyFans. She was on OnlyFans. And,
Oh,
like,
okay.
have you heard about this?
I saw someone had a picture, a still of the car,
Yeah.
and I read what someone was said about it, but that was it. I didn't.
Mm.
I don't even remember what I read. It just stuck out
Yeah,
to
it's
me.
basically like the school and the parents of the other kids, like, were criticising her. I think the kid actually might have gotten kicked out of school because the mum was driving around with, like, an advertisement to her OnlyFans page on her car. So when she was dropping her kid off at school, obviously they were all going mad like.
Well, I don't know about kicking the kid out of school.
Yeah,
You might make a rule that you can't drop the kid off in that car.
yeah. But it wasn't the advertisement wasn't like sexual or anything. It just had the, like, URL, the web address. There were no, like, images or anything. It's just, yeah.
I know,
I
but
wasn't.
everyone knows what OnlyFans is.
Yeah,
That's the issue.
that's the point. Like, even the kids know what that is, and they all have mobile phones nowadays, so they could look it up. But like I said, they already know about it anyway. So I don't really see the problem. Like, it's up to the parents to either ban their kids or parent them properly so they don't go on OnlyFans. Or, but like I say, everyone knows what it is anyway. So, like, like, if they want to, they're gonna go to it, and you know, isn't that the other parents not doing a good enough job of looking after what the kids are looking at on the internet? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if it's that unreasonable. It sounds like it's a reasonable.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think maybe they went a little too far if they kicked the kid out and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that part, to be fair. Yeah.
Because I mean, because his mom doing something stupid isn't a reason to punish the kid.
Yeah. Yeah. And Bond says, you forgot to mention that you were surprised the black people were nice. Well, yeah, I did say that earlier. I misspoke. I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised that the black people were nice. It's just it was a panel of like 4 or 5 only black people, so I was just apprehensive as to if I went on how I would be. Do you know what I mean? It's not. I was surprised that they were nice. It's just
I know what you mean, but you really should have went on there. Just went on there, and after about 10 or so minutes, you go, you know what? I didn't know black people could be nice. And just let it, just drop it right there. It's like walking into a room and taking a shit in the middle of it. Just.
No, it was actually a really good stream. Like I said, the way the person run it, it was good. Like there were like 7 or 8 people on the panel at one point, and he would go around everyone and get their opinion on the topic, what they were talking about. Yeah, I was impressed. Wow, nearly 5 hours in, and I've still not had a musical interlude yet. I'm not going to, but yeah, that's a long time.
You don't know more musical interludes. Well, here's one. There's a bit of, I guess, a callback to this point. Jesse Lee Peterson. Sorry, I had to cough. Let's see. Oh, I just lost where it was. Oh, Peterson had a sermon. I guess church, because I guess he's Christian.
Yeah.
In 2012, and the sermon started off with, one of the greatest mistakes America made was to allow women the opportunity to vote.
Wow. Yeah. So he's not just racist; he's sexist.
He is
Again.
He is all the base.
Yeah, the comparison to Jill. Yeah, he's racist against his own race, and he's sexist. Yeah, the comparison to Jill is just getting worse. Yeah, but I think isn't he a pastor or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he was for a while. I don't know if he is now.
Well, he's got some allegations against him too about homosexuality.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Talking about Jill.
Have you seen that service?
No, I haven't seen that. Like I said, this is probably the most diving into him I've ever done. Like, just reading shit he said.
There's a couple of guys that met him through the church that claim they had sex with him.
So he's a racist, sexist, homosexual, closeted homosexual. Yeah, that describes Jill as well.
Well, I do remember I do remember him saying that he was a big liberal Democrat until he was in his 30s. So maybe he is gay, right? Maybe they had sex with him when he was
a liberal. Yeah.
Although that would explain why he's going so hard in this one direction, like he's compensating for it.
Exactly.
Yeah. He stated that women can't handle power in the right way, that they have no patience and don't have love.
Nerdy Rodent says you're not.
That's one of the gayest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, Nerdy Rodent says you're not a real pastor if you don't have allegations against you. I think that's kind of correct. Yeah. Oh yeah, Sharon Bracer was the channel I was talking about. If anyone wants to check that out, I'll put the link in there. He's actually live at the moment. If anyone wants to check that out, it is actually a good channel. Ace Theo is also live. And Bojo said he was gonna go live as well. Last one.
Yeah, Brojo might be a while.
Yeah. Oh, DT, were you in Bojo's last night with the fighting? I think you were.
Yeah.
How did that end up? I saw the first two. I didn't see the rest.
There were a couple that went pretty quick, and then there were a couple of pretty good fights. And the main event was pretty good. A couple guys beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah. Who won that one? Because I know one of them was from the UK. So I'm presuming
Haggerty won from the UK.
Yeah. Get in. Nice. Yeah. Obviously, because we invented fighting as well. Why not?
He's the Muay Thai and kickboxing champion of the world. He holds 2 belts.
Nice.
Yeah, he got his ass kicked in the first round, though.
Oh, and now Bond is just trying to wind me up. Nerdy Rodent, do you have a positive or negative opinion on the Midlands? Good place to visit. Yeah, that goes back to me saying the Midlands doesn't exist.
The Midlands.
Midlands, yeah. Because
Scousers in the Midlands?
No, they're north, the same as me, about 20 miles away. But my point is, like, you've got the UK, right? You've got the north, and you've got the south, which you just go halfway. Halfway, anything above halfway is north, anything below halfway is south. But people seem to have invented this thing called the Midlands, and there's no, like, how do you work out the Midlands? Like, what? Do you know what I mean? How big should the Midlands be? It's just arbitrary. There's a north and south.
It's so not real. Even the people there aren't real people.
Yeah, like Australia. Yeah. I hope Spooky's watching this.
Oh, I'd mention. I don't know if anyone remembers. You probably wasn't here, Wildheart. I guess it was Doubting Thomas. You might remember when I said Russia has never backed out of a war until they've had at least 500,000 casualties.
I don't remember it, but
we're almost there.
What with the Ukraine?
Yeah, Russia has had. We're rapidly approaching 500,000 casualties on the Russian side.
Wow.
I want to thought that. Yeah.
How many on the Ukraine side?
It's like I have to look it up again. It's closer than you think. It's like three. It's like 100 some K lower.
Jesus, man.
Because like in the opening of the war, it was Ukraine lost a lot of people because Ukraine had a bunch of small groups set up to try to just slow Russians down if the Russians invaded. And a bunch of those people died. Like, they were just outnumbered everywhere. And then since then, Ukraine's been killing them like an average of like 1 to 3, 3 to 1. It's 3 to 1.
Wow.
So it's starting to, they're starting to like gain statistical territory, I guess.
We were actually talking about this on Bojo's yesterday. And yeah, Heretic pointed out that actually the Russians won the Second World War. They lost like 20 million like people, but without them, you know what I mean, fighting the Nazis. It wasn't England, the UK, or America that won the war. Like, Russians did most of the work. Do you know what I mean? I don't think they get enough credit for that.
I don't know. I mean, most of those Russians that died, because we're just talking about people in the military, right?
Yeah.
Soldiers.
Yeah.
Most of those Russians that died without weapons. Like they were just they were just sitting there eating bullets. Like,
yeah. Just fighting like that.
I don't know. See, the thing is, you always gotta consider that we were shipping a lot of stuff to Russia, too. We weren't just shipping stuff to the UK.
Yeah.
Russia wouldn't have even be able to defend itself as well as it did if we weren't shipping them a ton of shit to fight with.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't until near the end of the war when Russia started making their own stuff.
But I think it's ironic that, like, during that time in the Cold War, that's why America hates Russia and communism and all that. When they were both on the same side and they were both fight, you know what I mean? It's weird.
Well, we had a lot more sympathizers.
Yeah.
To socialism and communism in places of power. Even fascism. There was a big fascist movement in America too.
Yeah.
America kind of mirrored Europe.
Yeah.
It's just that we had a form of government that made it almost impossible for a group like that to take over.
Yeah. So they will be like the minority, but they're never going to get into power.
Yeah. Well, they could. It would take a long time.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Bond says, is Russia and Ukraine still at war? Yes, it's still going on. Yeah.
In fact, there was Russia just offered a new deal, like yesterday.
Yeah.
Where they gave in on some of Ukraine's demands.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to accept it, but.
Do you think that Russia is kind of realizing that they're never, even though they're the bigger party, they're never going to win that war because it seems like the rest of the world is on the Ukraine side?
Well, it would be a historic event, right? Because there's a second part to Russia has never backed out of war before losing 500,000 people.
Yeah.
Right. The other part of that is Russia's never dropped out of a war unless the government collapsed.
All right.
Losing all the people and pissing everyone off causes the government to collapse. Then they leave the war.
Yeah.
Right. So Russia's not going to leave the war until if you just look at history and the culture of the people, they will not leave the war until the people decide that the government doesn't need to exist anymore.
Yeah. So then they'll leave the war and have a different government.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it could happen a different way. I'm just saying that's how it's happened for literally hundreds of years.
Yeah. Yeah. And Nerdy Rodent says the Midlands name comes from its central position within the Anglo-Saxon heptarchy. I think that might be the hierarchy. I'm not sure. Unless that's a word. I'm not sure. Not its geographical centre. Ah, good. Shit. So I was wrong once again. That's always annoying when that happens. Sorry, Spooky. Yeah, I apologise.
Well, there's been a lot of reports of Russian troops not being outfitted.
It's been like that since the beginning.
So they're sending troops out, and they're just to die. You know.
Yeah, there were soldiers putting video on Telegram where they were given their quote unquote kit when they first took out to the war, and it was like airsoft gear. I was watching it like, oh god, this is
good luck with that.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, one of them had a bike helmet.
Wow. Yeah, that's not going to take a bullet.
That's going to stop something.
That's good for a spitball fight, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Take
how
this,
long?
take
How
this
long
stick.
can you? How long can you sustain an army like that? I mean,
That's what Russia has always done.
yeah, but
Since
not
they've existed.
effective. Not
No,
effective.
they win. Like historically, they win almost on the nose 50% of the wars they engage in.
But it's always been numbers.
Yeah,
Numbers.
Their war strategy is essentially the equivalent of a really tall fat guy slowly falling over on you. If you can get out of the way, or you can punch him real good so he falls a different direction, then you win. But if you can't do that, he just squishes you.
Yeah.
And yeah, they might not have any guns or anything, but they are great at marching, like the Nazis. The Russians are great at marching. If you've ever seen the videos of the goose step, I think the Russians actually invented the goose step before the Nazis. But yeah, no guns, but great at marching.
Well, I went to the national training camp. I was there. I did 3 tours there, and the Russians just overwhelmed us every time, every battle. We didn't win one battle.
Yeah,
because of the Russians' overwhelming force policy.
Wow.
I mean, we'd be sitting in positions waiting for the enemy to approach, knew where they were coming from, and all we saw was a wall of dust until the wall of dust reached you, and then you saw hundreds of vehicles.
Yeah.
You're just one tank. What are you going to do? I'll shoot 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. They just keep coming.
Yeah.
I've done that so many times. Just sitting in the tank and seeing all these other tanks just coming on by, coming up, and I'm just okay. Identify, boom, the 1, okay, boom, 2, boom, and just keep killing them, and then they just overrun you, and you're dead.
It seems like doctrine would need to change, right? Because if you know they're coming and you know that big wall of dust and blur is just a bunch of their vehicles, but you can't make any of them out yet, it really needs to be okay for you just to start shooting now.
Oh yeah, we'll do that.
There's enough of them. You'll probably hit one of them. Just shoot it.
Yeah,
it wouldn't matter at
the
that
Russians,
point.
whether you can see them or not, you know the Russians at that point start shooting.
Yeah, you know about where they are. You know about how far off the ground they are. And you just shoot in that big area.
Just blind fire.
Which makes you wonder why China isn't better at war and like invading people. With the amount of people they have, why doesn't China? Why aren't they better at wars and that?
I mean, some of it's because they're secretly trying to murder themselves.
Yeah.
Like, I understand the army has different factions that are like loyal to different party members.
If they're doing it secretly, how do you know about it?
It's because every once in a while it leaks out, and then one of the upper party members disappears.
Somebody said something.
Shot. Yeah, committed suicide by shooting himself in the back of the head twice.
Well, no, that's a Russian thing. If you're Chinese, you just disappear.
Yeah.
No one talks about you.
Yeah.
In Russia, you shoot yourself back in the head and then run face first out a window down 10 stories.
Yeah. Hang yourself.
I tell you, Russians are magical. They can take lots of bullets to the head, so keep on doing things. In fact, didn't the head guy of the group that's opposing Putin politically, didn't he just get let's just say suicided on purpose by someone else, not himself?
Yeah, I heard he was dead.
Yeah.
I know there was a guy in the UK. They put, is it polonium, some kind of.
Oh yeah, where they injected the little piece of polonium in his leg.
Yeah, like into his tea or something. Yeah. Yeah, the Russians are sneaky.
Oh, we're thinking two different things. Okay, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, I forget his name, but yeah, they slipped polonium into his tea at a cafe. Yeah.
Yeah, there was another case where someone walked behind this guy, and like the guy behind the guy, right, had an umbrella that I guess had like a little gun in the end of it.
Yeah.
A tiny little gun, but it wasn't like it didn't like shoot a bullet. It like put a little pellet,
yeah,
or something in the guy's leg, and it poisoned him and killed him.
Oh, those are quite cool as well. Did they still have those spy shops where you can buy like gadgets and that?
I'm sure they
those are
do,
quite
but
cool.
you can get like all that stuff on Amazon now. So.
Amazon.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Okay.
Cheers,
you gotta go. You gotta go.
Gotta go.
Go see him.
See ya.
See you, Geo.
Later.
You got Geo. Got the Geo.
Nice. And yeah, that actually might be a perfect time to end this. We've been going just over 5 hours now, so I need to get something to eat. And Bojo will be going live soon. Yeah, and yeah. Thanks, sir. Thanks, DT.
Right on.
Thanks everyone in the side chat for watching. Good to
see you, Brojos, later.
Yeah, very probably.
I'm not gonna be there. I'm gonna go wake up the woman here in a minute.
Oh yeah.
Oh right, right on. Have fun.
Yeah, you lucky bastard.